finally trapped inside this spell. Now I feel it, now I feel it. Your demons drag me close to hell. I can feel it.
wanna sit here while you fall apart. Even though you told me to get back your heart, I still spin inside your orbit. Yeah. You say that I should probably start to walk away. I'm hoping that you stop and make me have to stay, 'cause I'm floating in your orbit. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space, just my luck. Push me away, you understand. There's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand, call my name. You understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space. That's my luck. Push me away, you understand. There's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand. I wanna leave, you understand. I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. I wanna see you while you fall apart. Even though you told me to get back your heart, still spinning inside your orbit. I should probably start to walk away. I'm hoping that you stop and make me have to stay, 'cause I'm floating in your orbit. Pull me back, take my hand, call my name. You understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space. That's my luck. Push me away, you understand. There's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand. I wanna leave, you understand. I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Pull me back, take my hand, call my name. You understand, I wanna stay.
But now that I'm gone, you want me back. Yeah, I gave you everything. Gave you a diamond ring to watch it fall.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for day number 5 of the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. I'm Play of the J, Aaron Contrachan, and I will be bringing to you all of the lovely action that we have in store for you. Another 5 rounds, which are going to be absolutely packed, and can't wait to bring it all to you.
Yeah, it's going to be the last 10 rounds on the penultimate day here of the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series, all brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Cause and Effect, KNK Revolutions, Geek Events, and of course, we do thank you guys so far for tuning in from day one all the way up till now. And also, if you guys are brand new to the PUBG esports scene in Singapore and Malaysia, we'll fill you in on how the results will be like for the past couple of days of play. So far, only 4 days have been concluded, and this is where every single one of these players who are looking to snatch that top place, they really gotta pull something out of the bag to perhaps knock BAE out of the top charts right now. So we'll be going through some recaps of day number 4. Of course, we got some tantalizing performance coming out from a whole lot of all these teams, like PMA in particular from yesterday, who managed to snatch 2 chicken dinners.
Yeah, PMA were really on fire. That was day number 4 was their day to be sure, and they did close out the very final game of yesterday with 33 points. So that is an absolutely scintillating performance coming out of from them after that Sosnovka Island finish was going to be very much in their favor. Battle Arena Elite still getting some good points on the board, of course, and are leading the pack as of now. We'll have a look at the overall table a little bit later on. But yeah, the Rejects, despite getting 1 win yesterday as well, they didn't quite step up to the plate to keep pace, and now you got the likes of Hype and PMA closing in on them.
Yeah, of course. It was Cheesy Kimbap alongside with Spaggy that did quite an astounding play coming in from yesterday, raking up some kill volumes out there. And Spaggy himself managed to clinch that nearly impossible chicken dinner out there in the 1 versus 2 scenario at the very end. And we thought, oh man, 24K might have had it in the back, but wow, surprise, surprise. We've got that locked in for the Rejects, but they still need quite a number of points here to really match up against Battle Arena Elites, or else that PCS2 slot here might already have been booked here if they don't really get too much out of day number 5. So within this next 5 games here, we'll be having some teams really solidifying themselves in that top 5 of the board. But let's check out some of all the stuff that we have in our program. Starting off with our match schedule, this will be the amount of rounds to be played out for today in these maps.
Yeah, so it will be a Erangel heavy day today as excuse me, we're going to be having pretty much where we left off. We had the last 2 rounds of yesterday on Erangel, so we'll be following that up with Myanmar, and tomorrow we'll be seeing how that will be transpiring as well. I think so far Erangel has given us a lot of good variety in terms of the circles, and hopefully we are still going to be able to see a bit more of the same. But yes, I think we'll see if I don't know if any major adjustments need to happen. I think Erangel seems to be pretty okay for most teams.
Yeah, and it seems like they have pretty much adjusted well throughout the past couple of days. Even the teams that may not be on top of the board, they have been putting up some amazing numbers. Even yesterday, we see, of course, a few more wins coming in for a couple of all these teams, not only in Erangel, it's also inside of Miramar, where nobody seems to be the concrete kings of Miramar in particular, where we keep seeing different sort of teams really take the cake at the very end, or should I say, win a winner chicken dinner. So, of course, we've already seen some of all these maps that we'll be playing out on. You guys might be wondering what are the prizes for the winners of the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series, and it's a whopping 10,000 US dollars to be grabbed by the top teams.
Yeah, so that is a huge sum of money for all of the Singapore and Malaysian teams that are participating. And let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, that there is also that PCS to APAC slot for the champion here of the Singapore and Malaysia series. So that's definitely something which is absolutely tantalizing for everyone, as everyone kind of missed out on the last time. In terms of the qualification for PCS 1 APAC, as not able to get through the qualifying stages. But this is going to be that slot which is there dangling in front of everyone. But we'll have to see who is really up for taking it. So far, Battle Arena Elites looks as though they are absolutely hungry for it, and definitely with the amount of skill and talent there, they definitely look good for it as well.
Yeah, of course, they definitely are the clear favorites at the moment with really high momentum going in favor of players like Flood and Sophia. So far, each one of these days, they've been racking up those solid kill points from each of them. And Flood, he's been popping up on number one of that list for the most part yesterday and the days before. So we'll be seeing whether or not today will be a similar story, or could he break his very own record being set?
Yeah, so we'll see if those records are going to be broken. So, as mentioned, this is the prize pool that we have in this particular series, and of course, the day number 6, we will see that is going to be 3 days of Miramar. Now, of course, the point system we will be following our super rules. So, of course, that does mean that there is going to be a certain emphasis on kills. You can't just stay alive right into the later stages, as really the kind of points that you can get from there is not going to be all that significant.
Yeah, I would so totally agree. Of course, the kill points really do matter for most of these teams, though, when they really want to chase in with those really high volume of gap being created throughout the rest of the days, where you saw maybe from fifth place to sixth place, there's a little bit of disparity. So even if that chicken dinner will give them 10 points, if you don't have enough kill points, you can't really keep up with the rest of the pack. So that's where you really got to find a way to perhaps going for those solid pickups from the get-go all the way to the very end. So I am expecting a lot of high risky plays coming in from certain teams to really clinch the top spot by the very end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. I think we did see that Neferhor yesterday in the very first round. He did manage to actually get that third placing there for Battle Arena, at least despite them not having a very good early game, and definitely managed to garner a lot of points from there. So yeah, I mean, let's see if that is going to be playing a factor here, because it really shows the tenacity of really trying to grab every single point that's possible. That really comes to the forefront for series winning teams. But let's take a look, ladies and gentlemen, at the teams that we do have here in the grand finals. We have 16 that managed to qualify from groups A and B. And I guess we'll be seeing them a lot more over the course of today and tomorrow as well. Battle Arena Elites, Team Hype, PMA, Vitas, Team Max, Bad Boys Gaming, CGM Wolf, and the Rejects will be our first 8 teams.
And the other 8 will be FFG KXS, 24K Gaming, Tactical Rabe, Huruhara, Area 51, Revive Team, Acer Esports, and Q Rifted. Yesterday, some really amazing plays came out from individual players of Team Max, Acer, as well as Q Rifted, where we saw pretty much a big clutch plays coming out once again. So I really do want to see even more to come for today, but I'm not too sure which team will be stepping up for the upcoming 5 matches thus far. We'll be waiting to check out some key highlight moments uh, as we take you through every single one of these flights. So, with a lot of all these players really being very familiar towards Arangel, they will definitely be happy with this day here that they could play 3 maps on top of it. And a whole lot of it really did end up in the island. So I guess it kind of makes up for some of all these Miramar matches that usually ends up towards the northern side instead, where they could still make pretty much relatively adjustments to most of these games that they've been playing out.
Absolutely, and well, we do like the island circles. I can tell that the players will find it a bit stressful more than not. Excuse me, as of course that is going to be a little bit more out of the normal, and you're going to be more practice in other means as well. But let's take a look at the top fraggers of the competition so far after 4 days of play, ladies and gentlemen. And I think we kind of hinted at who is at the top, but there you can see for yourself, Flood, with the 61 kills after 20 rounds of play. Absolutely insane. Sophia is going to be able to claim 45 kills in the same period. Chizzy Kimbap representing as the highest kill total from the rejects. He's going to have 39. Bio 62, he's been carrying 24K Esports with the 37 kills, and Live Action from Team Hype is going to be a new entrant into the overall fragging charts here with 36 kills.
It's quite insane to really add up the numbers here between both Flood and Sophia. We're not even having the other 2 members that is on somewhere between maybe the top 10 as well, where 61 plus 48, that's more than 100 points there just by kills alone from both Flood as well as Sophia, where definitely they have been the biggest difference maker in the tournament for Battle Arena Elites.
Yeah, combined together, they're contributing over that 100 kill barrier. And yeah, Battle Arena, at least they'll be looking to get into maybe the total of 200 plus kills by end of today if they're going to, continue onwards and upwards as they look to be really consistent so far across everything so far. But let's take a look now at the top charts here for the downs but not outs for at day number 4, as I think we're going to see a lot of correlation here between the top fraggers as well, and definitely it's no coincidence. And I think for Flood, we've always talked about this, how he really does help to enable his teammates, not just creating for himself. And Neferhor, the captain here, you can see him featuring very prominently in this regard.
Yeah, and this is where it really does matter as we really stack up. But the other than highlighting Battle Arena Elites, there's also Robinoid that has been playing pretty much on form for the past 4 days, really making it in towards the top 5 scenario for most parts. And that 40 knock has definitely been a really solid, concrete proof that he has definitely helped out Team Hype to secure not only those points, but of course, this is a potential added 40 points out there where you early stage of the game you get a couple of knocks to deteriorate some armor from your enemies, which will really help in the long run as well, even though they may not secure that kill at the very end. Roulette as well. Roulette has been a pretty good survivalist himself with a 49 knock in total, and of course, not to forget Bio62 that has been playing some stellar games throughout the entirety of the tournament. And yeah, I really do wonder where does Loki stand, because we've seen the 3 players of Battle Arena Elites. There's still gonna be Lokis here that might be somewhere on that list.
Yeah, this is only the top five for all of these categories, but yeah, I think if we look at the top 10, it will be an even more telling story as to how these teams have been really able to deliver and, match up where they currently sit inside the table. But now, of course, let's take a look at the top survivals as at day number 4, ladies and gentlemen. So, this is the one where maybe it's a little bit more different to read into the stats, but I think when you have 3 BAE players here, I think it tells its story very clearly as really they're able to stay together as a team towards the end more than anyone else. And with that, they're able to churn out the points. I mean, we talk about the point system here, and it's really about being able to hold better territory than your opponents, and really just being able to adjust to the circle each time. And Battle Arena Elites definitely has that in spades. Team Hype, they had a good day yesterday, so this is definitely in thanks partly to live action as well. He's been really getting to the end. He pushed PMA as far as he could as well in that 1v1, but unfortunately just missed out on that. And of course, Badman, he's going to be rounding things off as one of the rejects players who are really going to sustain into the later stages. But unfortunately, we don't see enough rejects surviving to the end, especially in yesterday's competition. I think that kind of hurt their points total in general as a result.
Yeah, and Batman being the former fragger for BAE back in the days, he's been seeing some really good games for himself. But a couple of these games, he had his teammates deteriorated halfway through the match, which leaves him with very little to work with. We see him in one of the matches in Miramar not really having much kills in particular, but he definitely survived till at least the top 5 at the very least, which is going to be adding in on towards those numbers where they need to keep up against Battle Arena Elite. So for the rejects for yesterday, of course they did win a chicken dinner, but for the rest of the rounds, they definitely need to really keep up the pace because BAE has definitely been bringing the pain here, especially with the most damage dealt. I think we don't really need to highlight even further on how much can Flood put out on the table. He's been hitting that 12k mark, while the rest of the other players here, Roulette, Loki's, Bio62, and Robinoid, they haven't hit that 10k mark yet.
But yeah, it's still absolutely monstrous. Some of the totals here. Flood, let's not talk about him anymore. I think, we've just seen him perform above and beyond. But looking at everyone else, there's an even distribution from some of these other teams as well that it really shows that they're having some heavy hitters themselves and they're able to turn it up as required. And really, that's been the story for some of the team's success. Definitely in the case of 24K, as Bio62 has really been delivering on multiple fronts, and expect to see him do the same. But yeah, the success of the team definitely will rely on whether or not the supporting cast can also weigh in on as well.
And we've been eagerly waiting for that. And his trusty teammate Azo has been pulling up some numbers, which is quite near towards equal with Bio 62 in times of need. So do expect these tag team duos to really go in guns blazing once again, heading in towards these 5 rounds for day number 5. Great that we have the weekends here, and of course we are starting things a little bit earlier than yesterday, but of course we can't keep you guys waiting for too long. Let's have a look in towards the overall leaderboards before we hop in towards our plane for our first match of day number 5. And well, Jay, anything you got to say about these numbers here?
Well, some of them are pretty astronomical, as you can probably see, as Battle Arena Elites managed to open up a 66-point lead over the Rejects. And just the equal chicken dinners doesn't tell the story at all. Of course, the huge kill volume coming out from BAE, all the chances they create for themselves and the respective teammates, definitely is the story here. So I mean, like they've been leading on points for multiple rounds yesterday. I think at least a couple, but only one of them, did they actually get the win? So that's definitely something that the Rejects has to just keep in mind. Now, of course, there's still 10 rounds to play, and if they get a round like PMA did yesterday to close things out, that's 33 points. You just need to get 2 of those. But yeah, it is a bit of a tall order considering the opposition. There are strong teams here. Team Hype, PMA, they have been doing really well, especially yesterday. So that's why you see them both really catching up to the Rejects, and they might actually be able to touch them if the Rejects are not able to adjust their slower trajectory towards the summit.
And I do expect a little bit of changes going on from the fifth place all the way up towards eighth, where they're about the 120 mark till maybe 90. So a couple of wins here and there might be able to switch things up for sure for the likes of the teams that are still well on their way to achieve those numbers. But looks like the top four, we won't be seeing too much of a movement maybe until the second game. That's where that will really put a really big gap in between, hopefully, and things will get a little bit more dramatic till the very end of the day. And of course, tomorrow we'll be having our ultimate 5 rounds to find our victors of the region for the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series here, with that one exclusive slot to the PCS2. Well, we talked about how prestigious this event has been, and so far we haven't been able to see MY or SG to be able to get that global setting, and this is their very chance to really prove themselves.
Yeah, and APAC definitely going to be the next stage for these teams. And I think even if, say, for example, Battle Arena lead still looks good by end of today, and they still have a huge points lead, I expect them to play all out until the end. You know, they have their sights set on the greater prize, and I guess that's how every team should try to approach this. Of course, they have maybe a little bit more experience at playing at the highest levels. Of course, they do tend to qualify for the more regional aspects over their long history. But other teams definitely they have to take it match by match, game by game. You know, if they want to continue to move up and everything, we're starting to see more consistent performances from the likes of Hype and PMA, but maybe the slightly slower start could have influenced them a bit. But again, it's not a huge world's difference away. Their teams can go hot and cold, and I don't think that we can necessarily say for certain what will transpire. And it's ultimately who's going to be up for the task on today and also the final day tomorrow.
Yeah, and some of all these players here, although they are in maybe separate teams, they've each have their own glory days where they have represented in international levels, APAC, and so on. Like names like Sophia, also Xavier, who used to play back in Geek Fam. He had played back in the SEA stage once upon a time back in Bangkok. So we're taking a little bit of throwbacks here and there. So of course, we're going to be seeing who will be the next one to be able to book technically the online ticket for those APAC stage. But, you know, game number one, this is where we really get things all fired up. For some, it's still going to be maybe a little bit cold on their weaponry, but we'll wait and see on how this will result by the end of the match.
Yeah, if we're talking about also, APAC level experience, I think currently the only one that really has the experience at this level of late was probably just more from Flood during the charity showdown. I think he did feature there for his previous team, Atletico, but unfortunately, no one else has really been able to feature at the APAC level recently. But from Battle Arena Elite, Sophia did actually participate with Gex at the PUBG Global Championships at Oakland last year. And yeah, there's definitely great representation there for the region. And yeah, hopefully we can see something similar as well as we get towards the end of the year. All, of course, global conditions permitting.
And we do hope that the pandemic issue will be solved eventually. But as for now, we do hope that every one of you guys are staying safe. Make sure you guys keep a little bit of a social distancing if you guys are out and about. And remember to, of course, put on that mask if you could. Keep your hands sanitized. And yeah, you guys probably know the drill by now. So we'll be having our show underway, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, big shout out to PUBG Corporation, Geek Events, K Revolution, and Cause and Effect for having this amazing setup here so that we both here can practice a little bit of social distancing while still being connected as well.
Absolutely. And now, with only 10 rounds left to play, some of these teams will be hot under the collar, and there's going to be a lot of pressure on some of these teams to deliver as best as possible. And we are heading in for our very first match of the day. It's going to be back on Terra Firma, aka Erangel, and we're going to be seeing our first flight heading all the way from Novo to Georgia Pole. And honestly, it's always going to be a good game coming out of Erangel. I really wouldn't mind having another island finish, to be perfectly honest, either.
Yeah, I would definitely be up for that once again, as this flight path cruises through from the south side, which gives us a little bit of signal. But we'll just wait and see on what it has to offer. There's no hot drop in towards Yusnaya, reason being the flight path is pretty much a couple of boxes away. So other teams that really want to get close by have to pick up some vehicles to be well on their way. They always being next towards the rejects as they are taking Milta, while the rejects are going to be looting up from the farm. Like you said, they are somewhat having a similar pattern of territory control as a team from Thailand, Armory Gaming, who usually drops right in towards that spot.
Oh, absolutely. I remember they able to use that very effectively. Armory Gaming, definitely one of the teams that likes to rotate early, and I would say that Battle Arena Elites and their alumni definitely follow a similar pathway. Looks like we're going to be having a very first circle here. Going to be quite neutral for most of these teams, and they're just going to have to maybe be a little bit mindful of that. There will be a lot of pockets of space that they can rotate through from the northern and eastern edges of that particular circle. As 24K usually would have gone to Yasnaya, but yeah, a little bit too far, as you pointed out. Now we'll see. The team's mostly going to be dropping in the similar locations that they have been accustomed to. So it's just who wants to try and get the leg up. Again, since we're having the similar drop positions, we can expect to see Area 51, Tactical Rayab, and maybe CGM will having decent rotation, early rotations to secure some of those prime real estate areas.
Yeah, and as for the other teams that are dropping a little bit further off on towards the southern side, I guess like they will have a little bit of the trouble rotating in much early on compared to the other teams that are already in the mainland. So of course our concern goes towards teams like BBG, who always will be inside of a military base. As for Team Max, a lot of great games have went through the side of Roulette and Hillfox. Of course, the other members also have been having their own highlights here and there, but these two names have been really popping up on those top charts from time to time on each one of these matches. Roulette still taking his time to really loot up from this corner of the map. Well, they don't really have to be too worried as the circle is going to be upon them, so they are pretty much smacked pretty much near towards the center at the very least. Now, with that sort of update of the circle that will come in later on, most likely it's going to be centered around the regions of the Medusa intersection eventually. But Vitesse, though, Vitesse have to go through quite a number of teams to really get in the circle.
Absolutely. And that's why they have to be a little bit cautious about how they want to rotate. If they're smart about it, knowing how the flight path is, they might go for a very long rotation, but they definitely have to time it correctly here. Because really, if you're not going to be able to get in there nice and early, then you pretty much have to play for the long game. And some teams, they just don't adjust to that kind of style too well. I mean, you can always strike a balance and get practice for it. But I think usually the more experienced teams that can really take things by. Yeah, they're going to know exactly how they want to play. But even then, like Battle Arena Elite, we see them go for late rotation strategies, and it's not nearly been as effective as when they play more than standard game. But now we got some early altercation. Savior exchanging blows with Abdul. He's going to be able to take him down, but suffering quite a bit of damage himself. But the rest of Acer Esports is on the scene. But Light Darkness will be coming in. Maybe he can try and rescue him a little bit. But now Savior is still under fire. Elliot prime the nade, see if he can rotate and catch him around the side.
Now, Elliot will be cutting across the corner for the flank, while Tide Darkness only have 10 HP left. He needs to really heal up quickly, as they need to really pop up in this fight itself. Ravax is going to be having his teammate Bozo here to secure a pretty much a kill, but well, I mean, from the side of FFG, they got a duel taken out as he was down on the ground. No time for a revival, while Ravax heard those footsteps inside. He knows that Savior is pretty much inside. Well, he will try his luck with the Molotov to no avail.
Yeah, so this is going to be a little bit of a standoff as FFG fully reinforcing this position to really stake it out here with Savior. They managed to finish off Abdul, so Esports in bad shape here and worse off now as Aoki able to catch out Elliot. His position given away from that Molotov earlier on, and now it looks like Josiah and Demon Eater are going to have to try and do it alone. They're going to be on the back foot and see if they can gather anything from this. I don't think that the likes of FFG are going to be backing down from this, and that's why Demon Eater is repositioning into a little bit of better position. They are starting to execute here, and they're all going to try and stack up the bodies here. But the crossfire is going to be good to take down two. Josiah is down. Bozo is going to hold the angle and prevent Demon Eater from influencing this one any longer.
Oh my, he almost clutched it though, but that was just a really tough fight for them to really take. But it's all thanks to Saber from the side of FFG to give them all the information necessary to be able to achieve that total team wipe. But here comes another flank coming in from the side of 24K. as was going to be able to achieve one knock, but he is tried up as well with Messi really trading back. K9X, the next one to fall as Orboin secures the kill. Live action really putting in the danger. And now it's only a few members left for the side of 24K to last the round. Oh, Wolf gets knocked out as well. Bio62 will be the lone unit, and he will try to fight back, but 24K will be the next team here to be in the lobby.
That was nice and crisp coming out from the hype players, and really taking that compound with authority, and even catching out Bio62 in such an efficient fashion as well. They're really going to be looking at the leaderboard with anticipation by the end of it. But of course, they want to continue to get more kills on the board. As Team Hype, they managed to churn out consistent performances and even take a chicken dinner away from Battle Arena Elites. Yeah, I think in that match, it did mean that they played a little bit more on the passive side towards the end, because Battle Arena Elites still got quite a number of kills in that game and still managed to get overall more points from it. But yeah, Hype did manage to grind it out at the end and just really play it out. So we've seen a variety of different styles coming out from them, and probably going to be seeing more of the same here in day number 5.
Yeah, and as we check on towards the map, we are seeing a 2-2 split coming in from Team Max, as they are having to by the corners of South George, while the others are over on the corners of Stalber. Now, looking back in towards Team Map once again, of course it gets pretty much clustered up around the school section. Well, I gotta say, those two initial rounds of fights that we have between FFG and Acer is a good display of invasion towards a certain compound, while for the side of Team Hype, they have that perfect defense going up against 24K. Two very different methods, but both being extremely efficient on it.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't actually seen a lot of compound invasions, I would say, over the past few days of competition, and it's been a rather rarity, especially the teams tend to engage and fight each other a little bit more tenaciously early on, and usually we don't actually see everyone get completely congested in like zone 4 and 5, and then they feel that there's no other choice. We have to pound into a compound and just take it. So that's been a little bit of the difference there. But yeah, definitely the efficiency behind that is something to behold from these teams.
And as we look into towards how the map rotations will be coming across, BBG has a clear entry point from the east side of the bridge. Thank goodness for them, as their patience definitely will be giving them a whole lot of virtue. But over on towards this goal, we are already looking at a whole lot of taps coming out from the side of Tactical Rape. And Jadar Jabat has got that early day AWM to really work with here. But with those rotations, of course, it's going to be really hard for them to really catch on towards those knocks. But Pocoyo will be able to find Messi, takes him down instantly.
Oh, and he's going to be pleased with that one, as now everyone is firmly in rotation, as the circle did shift a little bit here. Vita is actually running the gauntlet right between the likes of Area 51 and Tactical Rib, and not going to be punished too badly for it here. They are going to be in a relatively safe convoy, since they do have the maximum number of vehicles possible for it. And now we'll see if they're going to be incurring any more wrath. Tactical Rape still going to be holding on for now, but only sending out Rixes.
As we cruise through the map, we're going to be seeing most of the guys of Tactical Rape being in the center stage. Of course, used to be the focal point of the previous circle. Now there is bound to be another invasion, as Vitas have just arrived at the scene. Oh, great shred coming in from the side of Batman as he gets one knock. But here comes a Pete coming in. Oh, that's a headshot coming in towards Nasselberg. Is he going to be able to really ace this one? Batman has a tall task, but he's going to make it work. He's going to be putting some damages out there. And oh my goodness,
Woo!
he will wipe the floor alongside with F-Zero boys. That's 3K for Batman.
Wow, awesome plays coming out from the former BAE player, and it looks like Vitas, they're not going to be able to sustain onwards here. I mean, we talked about compound invasions, and that one went belly up there for the would-be invaders, and unfortunately, it looks as though the Rejects will lose one player, but I think, you know, all things considered, these kind of engagements can usually end up a little bit messier, but it was going to be Vitas that was going to be facing the brunt of this one. But now Spaggy, he's a little bit further away. The Rejects, they were in a decent spot, so they don't really have to rotate anymore. Battle Arena Elites, though, they've been having a decent position. Sophia, again, going to be further away, but off screen here, we are seeing Cryptid duking out with Team Max, but Team Max is going to be getting on the board. They take down Estas and Assy here. So this is going to be a very decisive moment for their team's future here in the first match of the day.
Oh man, every single one of these teams are really going at it from the get-go. In the span of 12 minutes, we've already seen so many of all these teams drop out. Usually, you will still be relatively quiet up until the 15th minute, but everyone really wants to stack up those points, while Kurohara heard those shots coming from below, and he will try to trade back, while CGM Wolf is trying to really take out that UAZ that has been smoked up. So they need to eventually get themselves back in towards this circle, with Allen's being the furthest away from his team. But yeah, we talk about those gauntlet plays. Definitely the gauntlet snapped back towards the side of Vitas much early on, which I felt like they were really hastily going on the move, and they definitely dropped in towards a place that they assumed to be safe, but the Rejects really put them on a full stop.
Yeah, and the problem is that Vitas, they came in late from all the way in from Morse, right? So, you know, when we think about it, when the circle shifted a little bit more to that southeastern side, all the other teams had pretty much set up their spots. So unless they're going to go all the way around north, like past Yasnaya, they were always going to, you know, run into these teams. But yeah, I think they just decided to roll the dice there, and unfortunately, they didn't come out winning. But now we see that Kurohara, they're going to be having quite a bit of freedom for themselves. They're going to be pretty much having the sloppy seconds there that the Rejects had during the very first looting phase, but now not a lot of other teams are willing to really move out from the Medusa intersection.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty safe spot for Huruhara for the moment as well. While the other teams around that section has been pretty much caught in a crossfire of trades in between. But seems like the fights have kind of subsided for this phase 3. While they are just looking to really book the best spots possible. Huruhara hoping that the circle will move down towards the south, while CGM Wolf have already lost Light DD at the get-go. A couple of all these rough patches for them for the couple of days so far hasn't been able to get them up ahead on the standings, but they've been trying their utmost best to be able to secure their win for that chicken dinner. And of course, lots of CGM fans are pretty much hungry to see that.
Absolutely. Definitely would love to see CG and Wolf really able to come together and string together results. I mean, they did finish third in Group A coming here, but oh, looks like Maxime here going to unleash onto Come On, and he gets taken down at the edge of the blue zone there. Not a lot that could be done, but yeah, Team Max, they've been getting on the board rather consistently so far in these early stages. They're looking to try and close things out against Mal Kendricks and Dabble J. They are going to still be out in the blue. Team Max already with the 3 kills on the board as they're pretty confident in playing on the edge of the zone here. And they spot out Dabble J. He's running from the side here, and he's had to actually get out of the vehicle, but manages to get to the Alamo just in the nick of time. Mal Kendricks, though, is being hunted down by Mushi, but he and Hillfox, they might be able to catch up the player, but they have to be a little bit careful that they don't overextend here.
A lucky boy right there as he managed to just escape just in time, but Hillbox will still put an end to Mel Kendricks as left action goes in to really go in for the taps here with a couple of these members of CGM Wolf cutting across. Sean Chow hitting the metal post on his crosshair right there, while he could still damage that UAZ if he really wants to.
Oh, but it looks like this third-party fire there for Allens. He took a big hit there from another direction, so I'm not sure if that's Robinoid or someone entirely different. No, it's Loki's that's actually going to be weighing in towards the CGM Wolf player. Circle here going to be moving a little bit further towards the intersection center, because everyone else is going to have to decide how they want to try and make do with this. Bad Boys Gaming, then they've actually been able to sustain into later stages here. Usually those late rotations from Sosnovka are not so ideal, but I guess given the distribution of the teams, it's really been working out for them. Them and Huruhara, they got that control on the south side. The Rejects, in the meantime, they're going to hold on to this little bit of real estate.
Oh man, and speaking of holding on to real estate, Hype really has to hook by these corners of the wall here. They just lost out on John Shout and Team Max once again, pulling in some good trades from quite across the fields here. As Robinoid tries to line this up against CGM, they're taking 2 fights at a time from different sections, and members of the side of Max, they're drawing closer, and it will be Roulette that will be able to knock out Allens, leaving only few behind for CGM Wolf.
Oh, but Answers actually steals the kill there. Old Man takes down Pocoyo. CGM Wolf are against the ropes here and taking multiple fights here. Might have been a little bit of a mistake, but then again, they couldn't control Team Max coming in from that northeastern side after they finish off Mel Kendricks. They are hungry for more. Team Max is on a bit of a tear. In day number 3, they had pretty good rounds there, and it was also against CGM Wolf that they managed to capitalize on. Answers, though, will be able to take Pocoyo in his final stage there, but now there's only going to be the likes of Pasha, and he's definitely the survivalist, but he is found out at the moment. He's tanked quite a bit of damage, and it's going to be Flood from Battle Arena Elites who's going to be able to put the final nail in the coffin.
Well, I couldn't even see Flood from across the map. I'm not sure where he even shot that one from. I thought that Team Maxim itself will be able to do the final play right there against CGM, but Loki's once more getting another kill out of Shogun of Q Rifted. Battle Arena Elites so far has stacked up with 3 kills, while Huruhara gets himself in an engagement against FFG here with Darkus really holding on strongly alongside with Bozo. Oh, that's a good takeoff right there, and immediately ending the life of Dukes.
Right now, that is going to be exactly what he needs. FFG, after having some of those early altercations, finally have lost 2 of their members, but 6 kills on the board already. The Darkest is going to get another one, and he's going to put an end here to Hurohara. They were not really getting too involved, but once they did, they weren't able to sustain in anymore in this game. But now Battle Arena Lee's starting to get a little bit noticed here, and Loki's, he's going to be noticed by a couple of teams. Mushi even stealing the kill there at the Revive team, getting in close and personal. Sophia forced to back out. They're coming up over the top. Anga and Vampire's going to actually regress a bit back, try and get up metrics here, and really just focus a bit more on the bigger picture. The repositioning from Sophia is going to be heading towards the intersection here, the compound, where the rest of Battle Arena Elites are going to be residing. They can still do this very effectively with the 3 players. I mean, we've seen them do more with less.
And as for BAE, I think that they were trying to really secure this ditcher in between the Medusa intersection, but of course, Revive team has already booked a slot here, and well, Loki's doesn't seem to have any more business to do there once he reached the corner of the road, while Sophia has to back away for sure, than to really overcommit inside of that sort of particular area. Now, we are going to be getting that update for our upcoming circle, which will be moving back towards the northern side. Oh, Revive team, they just absolutely crushed out Bad Boys Gaming.
Yeah, they just stumbled upon them and exacted some extreme prejudice if I ever saw it. And look at the shots there, not working out. Blood is just going to sit Bozo back down here. Now Team Max, after taking quite a number of fights, they didn't manage to get 7 kills for their trouble, but Mushi and Old Man are going to be down on the ground. Mushi does get rest here, and they only have to worry about height. Height, a little bit of a precarious spot for them, and look at the shots landing there for Hillbox. He's going to be able to confirm Live Action. We praised how Live Action able to sustain with high survivability time, but is going to be cut a little bit short in this first game.
Wow, what a great tracing coming in from Killfox as he managed to take out many of these players out in the field. Well, this is going to be a little bit tougher for the side of PMA. They're pretty much cornered up over on towards the eastern side, where they have to go through either Tactical Rape or even Battle Arena Elites over on towards the south side here. A little bit tricky if you ask me, but at the very least they got all 4 members intact, and BAE only has 2 more members left.
Yeah, so now, the circle's going to be shifting a little bit further north. So Rejects, well, they only have the 2 players left. They do have one of the only bits of solid cover that still exists on this side of the circle. But there's going to be a Tactical Raid that could potentially gatekeep quite a number of the teams, Battle Arena Elites and PMA included. But yeah, there's still going to be a little bit of dicey control that is still being fought over, but on that eastern side. But yeah, it's only 1 remaining member of Team Hype after having a very good day number 4. This is not how they want day number 5 to start.
Oh man, this is getting a little bit trickier as it goes by, but of course the Rejects are going to be happy with what they can get out of this sort of a scenario. While Battle Man creeping pretty closely at the back though, is going to be Robin Lloyd crashing out, and Team Hype will finish up at 8th place. Not too shabby considering the amount of kills that they've been getting in the entirety of this run. And another member from Team Max will be biting the dust here with Vampires, getting a knock alongside with his teammates Anga and Noisy. And Matrix, he's got himself some company. Team Max are really keeping tabs on them for quite a long while. And Max today looking phenomenal from the get-go.
Yeah, they're doing pretty good, but unfortunately, they're also suffering losses. Old Man getting knocked down. Mushi is going to follow suit. That's now Revive team moving in here to try and take advantage of the situation. Noise is going to finish off Old Man, but now with the likes of Old Man being on the other side here, he might be at rest here if they can get it. Oh no, sorry, not Old Man. There's only 1 guy left, and he's next to Old Man's dead body. But now PMA is facing off against Tactical Raid. They're finally trying to ingress here into the zone, and they're facing a lot of trouble. But they managed to finally eliminate Darjeva with the nade.
Huge round coming out, and now Dreamswire is going to be burning them alive if he could. A little bit short to really connect towards the side of Tactical Rape, but oh, Battle Man, he gets caught out. And a big nade falls towards the side of Navarre as Battle Man. Although he might have gone down in those particular skirmishes, it's going to be Navarre to be picked up by Pete's from another angle.
Oh man, and the gatekeeping here on the Battle Arena elites is really being detrimental for their aspirations to try and keep pace at the top of the leaderboard, but they only have Sophia left remaining, and nope, little do I say that out of my mouth, and Miracle is going to already be able to finish him off. He now is facing the burn as the likes of Tactical Rayab are starting to put a little bit more pressure, but there's going to be a little bit of a trade there. Dream's going to be able to catch him out as we can see the human shield tactic coming out to really try and make sure that they can get the res off safely.
Well, PMA, they were starting with a very slow half of the game, but on towards phase 5 onwards, they really racked up a total of 8 kills thus far. Now, Black Rose, of course, have to play it extremely safely just to go in for some ranking points. While Revive Team, that ditch that they had really worked wonders with Downey. Oh, he got spotted out by M0 boys from across. And now every single members of the side of PMA are pointing their guns back at the rejects. And let's see whether if M0 and Batman could survive.
Well, they are moving out of their compound because they know that this next zone is going to be out of their reach. But look at the shots landing there for M0 as they're going to be able to pick off another PMA player. So it is bringing them down to 2 players left here as they're also trying to make their way inside the zone. But Miracle, he's going to be able to pave the way. He finishes off Tactical Rayab. We're down to 3 teams remaining here. 4 players alive for Revive Team, but now they have been spotted out here by the Rejects as they move in. Rejects with 8 kills on the board. This could be a big game, but they need to move in. And Batman with the expert cover. He's going to take down Miracle. Only 1 PMA player left, and now he's exposed himself and not sure what he could do. Tanks quite a bit of damage there from M0. Only the flashbang that are left remaining here, and Revive Team is coming out to meet them.
M0 still going on that 1v1 scuffle here. Oh, PMA is really low, and this will be it. PMA finishes out right here on the top 4, while M0 still going at it. Oh, he gets that knock towards Vampires. What a huge lead. This is going to be the 10k that they need and desire out of the moment. And of course, this is going to be a little bit tough. He's going to be playing this as a 1v3 scenario. No way possible for him to go into Revive Batman. Well, Matrix is going to be keeping a little bit of distance here. M0 only have 2 more first aids. The circle does favor him somewhat, as it's not too far away.
The shots spamming through the smoke here as Revive Team are looking for that second win. They're going to get it as they start day number 5 here with a bang. 9 kills. They have to be pleased with that one here. And let's not forget, they had to take down some of the more aggressive and kill-hungry teams so far. Team Max all the way up there on that northeastern side. That was going to be quite the achievement from them. And Revive Team, let's not forget, they managed to get there with their full squad there right then. They only lost one of their players to M0 right at the final moment. So it's a great team result coming out from the winners.
Yeah, and this is such a big difference as compared to what we seen yesterday, where there was a couple of accidental TKs going on. But this game itself, oh man, they really round up those kills and really pick one after another, starting with BAE, then BBG, and moving up, they had to deal with Team Max and some sort of pressure coming in from PMA as well, and they survived through it all. My goodness, this was an amazing round, full with so much action packed from the early stage all the way up to the very end. And we've seen such a great change of pace as this round really concluded pretty well for the team. And with the Rejects coming on second place and the 10 kill, I think that they'll be really excited for that. But of course, we fixate our eyes on the winners for round 1 of day 5. It will be Revive Team.
Yeah, and Revive team, they gotta really stand tall here. I think this is going to be enough for them to move up into the first half of the table. Once again, Mr. Metrics, Noisy, Vampires, and Anga all doing quite a shift there in the first game of the day. So that's we'll see if they are going to be able to maintain this kind of pacing that they are setting. Rejects definitely going to be quite happy with this one and the 10 kills, as of course we did see Battle Arena Elites falter a little bit. I think they only managed to get 5 kills and the 5th placing. So, yep, it's not going to quite close the gap on the 66-point lead just yet, but it's definitely working its way towards that. And we'll see how things are going to be continuing on in match number 2 of the day after we take a short commercial break, ladies and gentlemen. See you in just a few minutes.
哇，5个急救吗？
Level 3 vests and helmets with the...
What the f? 이렇게? 아치! 조금 많은 데서
Oh, what? Duncan's M4? No!
Yo, baby! Whoa!
And welcome back once again. This is the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. My name is Aaron Contrachan, and with me here is Jay Lim, also known as Player of the J. We'll be taking you through to another epic round inside Erangel for game number 2. But of course, we got to talk about all the things that have just happened inside of our very opening match for day number 5. And of course, thank you so much, PUBG Corporation, Geek Events, KNK Revolution, Cause and Effect for providing us this perfect platform for all our competing players to really show all their skills across the entirety of the region. So, Jay, of course, that was a great game that we just saw. Anything that you can take out of it?
Oh, I mean, there's absolutely plenty, and right now we are seeing that rejects have definitely started in the right manner here to really try and see what they could do to circumvent the kind of lead that Battle Arena Elites is setting. We're seeing other teams rising to the challenge, namely Revive Team and resurrecting their chances here to get higher up the table and win more of their prize money. But let's take a look at the leaderboard from the previous match. Revive Team, of course, with the win and the 9 kills, it is going to yield them that 19 points. Reject's going to be pretty happy with the 16 points that they managed to get, that as they did manage to finish higher the Battle Arena Elites, albeit they only managed to get a net decrease in the lead of 8 points, as BAE also did manage to get the 8. PMA going to continue on with a strong start here on day number 5, as they do manage to get the 14 points from that 9 kills as well, but they did face a problem, and that was just 2 of the members from the Rejects, Badman and M0, really going ham on them. And of course, Team Max doing pretty well, as this looks very reminiscent of their day 3 play.
Yeah, everything going very well for some of these teams to really kick off our first game of the day. Well, a little bit of a catching up to do for the rest of them who may not have secured much pointers in game number 1. But of course, we're bound to see even more action breakdown. My particular favorite moments in this round itself was when Batman really popped off right there with that 3K upon Vitas that have just arrived to the vicinity. But let's check out the overall leaderboard right here. Of course, the Rejects had a couple of points to catch up against Battle Arena Elites, with them finishing on second place. Hype here on third place is going to be pretty much 2 points apart from PMA. This is going to be a change of win coming in towards our second game of today.
Yeah, so now with that little bit of tussle, PMA has been chipping away at the lead that Hype has managed to get. And despite, of course, let's not forget that both teams have been putting up some good results. So even though PMA did manage to get the lion's share of the points yesterday, they have not yet managed to overcome them, but they are 2 points away from that, even on the kills as well. And there's very little separating these two teams. It's going to really come down to later on how we see things move. But they have opened up quite a bit of a lead over fifth place team. So that is, again, going to be something that they're pretty pleased with. Not much changes elsewhere, except for Revive Team, of course, with the win. They are going to be able to leapfrog Vitesse and Acer Esports and firmly move back into the top half of the table.
And we see Revive Team really securing that real good win for themselves now in 8th spot. Perhaps with another good round here, they may be able to really move up the standings as well. Now we're going to be looking at the top fraggers of map 21. Starting off, we have Hillfox here that managed to secure 6 kills from the northern section, and he has been popping off day after day, getting better and better right here for our map 21. And Miracle also joining in the party for PMA.
Oh, absolutely. And he's been fairly consistent across all of the successes that we've seen coming out from PMA, as they seem to be putting in very good overall team performance. But yeah, Miracle definitely contributing quite significantly in that sense. Now, of course, there is going to be Anga. He was weighing in quite substantially. We did see some good individual plays coming out from him yesterday as well. So I think there was the very first kills of yesterday where Anga did take out 3 of the Huruhara players all by himself. So that was a pretty good turn of events. But yeah, I do agree that Badman, he had quite a number of those good kills up against the likes of Vitesse as they were invading the compound there. But yeah, I'm definitely glad to see a lot of these compound invasions. We're kind of at the point of the series where, teams would want to, have a little bit more action, I would say, rather than not, to be able to take certain fights. Whereas otherwise, if it was on day 1 or 2, they would be a little bit more hesitant and think like, okay, maybe there's a safer way to go about this.
Yeah, and even at the very end, when some of the teams are down to only 1 or 2 men left, they are still playing very aggressively. So this is the change of perspective on how they really want to play out that game to really rake up as much points as possible. And by the way, we'll be hopping in towards our upcoming match here on game number 2 in a short break. But of course, we'll be taking a little bit of breather here before we get ourselves ready for our next flight. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Behold, the beautiful island of Sanak. This cap of land is home to lush vegetation, rustic communities, and plenty of sights for the eager tourist to take in. Here's one now, blazing up the trails on the sturdy and reliable Tukshai. Just look at him go. But Sanak wasn't always the pinnacle of Battlegrounds locales. Just like everywhere else, it had to evolve and grow to stay relevant as Battlegrounds rules evolved for a more exciting match. From the hidden bunkers and war-torn fields of Erangel to the A la Muerte Vamos racetrack on Miramar. From Vikendi's Dino Land and frozen lakes to black zones of Karakin, there's a variety of Battlegrounds for everyone to enjoy. Some even have their own special features. Pick up the Panzerfaust and sticky bombs to blow some holes in destructible walls on Karakin. Ooh, watch out for that backblast. The motor glider on Erangel and Miramar lets contestants soar to new heights. Be sure to pick up the Mosin Nagant on Vikendi before you board the top-of-the-line locomotive. Convenient vending machines drop boost items on Miramar, and if you're quick enough, you can drive the Golden Murado. What a beauty! Just don't blow those tires running over a spike strip. Some folks remember a time before grabbing onto ledges was permitted in the official rules. A contestant fleeing the blue zone would leap for a ledge, only to remember it was an illegal action. Ooh, that's gotta sting! Luckily, vaulting and ledge grabbing were eventually made legal, and the Battlegrounds match excitement increased significantly. Weapons especially have been upgraded time and time again to keep matches fresh and fun. Let's check in with these two contestants. Say that, which firearms are you fellas using? Well, those are fine weapons, but you're not making the most of them. Here, try this stock for your M16, and this red dot for your micro Uzi. We've made attachments easy to equip, so now they can slot automatically when you loot them. You can even quick swap them to new weapons you pick up. Gee, thanks, mister. Now you two run along and kill each other. Those two could have used some more time on Camp Jackal, our prestigious training area, to learn how to properly use weapons and attachments, not to mention all other facets of the Battlegrounds. For those who prefer to practice on live targets, arcade mode gives you a different way to play, including the fan-favorite Team Deathmatch. Communication is key on the Battlegrounds, so we've made it easier to share your plans with teammates, regardless of language. Smart pings and quick markers give information quickly and easily. You can even let allies know which supplies you need. Speaking of supplies, the best gear on the island is just a signal away when using a flare gun. Call in a special care package that contains crate weapons and gear, or the heavily armored and amphibious BRDM-2 transport. You there, you're leaving a valuable tool laying around. That gas can used to only refuel vehicles, but can now be used to set fiery and explosive traps. He's over here, fellas. Now wait for it, and blammo! Why, there's even a tool to deal with those pesky building campers. One stick of C4 is all it takes to send them scattering into the open, making them such an easy target that even little Timmy could pick them off. It's fun for the whole family. For those looking to prove what they're made of, Survival Mastery, Weapon Mastery, and the new Ranked Mode are all available to show the world you have what it takes, no matter the discipline. There are even special rewards for Ranked Mode that you can't get anywhere else, so rank up while the season is active. Yes, my friend, the battlegrounds continue to evolve, and Sanhok is getting the royal treatment with Season 8. Expect to see more on the loot truck, decoy grenade, and secret history of the legendary Sanhok 4 as Season 8 draws on. For now, drop into your favorite battleground and enjoy all the content PUBG has to offer. We'll see you next time.
Rolling down the lonely roads of Sanhok is PUBG's latest feature, a heavily armored loot truck carrying a treasure trove of gear for those persistent enough to take it down. But where can you find these trucks? What loot do they offer? And how do you stop them? Loot trucks spawn exclusively on Sanhok and originate from one of several garages located around the island. When the match starts, up to 4 of these garages will release a truck, which travels roads around the island until taken down by players. Up to 4 trucks will roam the island at a time, and another will be spawned each time one is destroyed, up to a maximum of 8 total trucks per match. These heavily armored behemoths require a large assault to take down, and will push anything in their path out of the way. They can even resist the force of other vehicles running into them. In fact, the only way to stop a loot truck's movement is by deploying spike strips, though even then the pause is only temporary. Still, a stationary target is easier to hit than a moving one. Loot trucks take decreased damage due to their heavy armor, but they do have some vulnerabilities. Attacking the trucks from the sides will deal increased damage, and explosive weapons such as the Panzerfaust, which now spawns in Sanhok, pack a heavy punch against these trucks as well. As the trucks take damage, they'll drop containers of loot, and give even more once destroyed completely. This loot can contain level 3 gear, and weapons already kitted out with attachments. There are even 4 specially skinned weapons from a historic moment in Sanhok's past. One quick note, loot truck explosions are no minor thing, so make sure you give them some room when they finally go boom. Every shot fired is a signal to enemy teams, so you'll need tactics, persistence, and speed to take them down and safely loot their treasures. These trucks often travel through the reworked towns of the island, so start here if you want a little more cover while you take them down. Loot trucks are spawning now on Sanhok, so grab your team, some explosives, and a lot of ammo, and drop in today.
Malaysia series, we're getting ready here to start our very second match of the day, and honestly, I can't wait to get into it. Thank you so much for your patience. Aaron, Contra Chan, and myself, Play of the J, we're going to be bringing to you action very shortly.
Yeah, we'll be heading in towards our flight number 2 for day 5 here of the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. Thus far, then we are looking to see who will solidify their position to be crowned of kings of SGMY, and of course, getting that slot in towards PCS2. We'll be seeing how things are going to go. Revive team have already secured the first chicken dinner of the day, so maybe there might be even hungrier teams out there to be able to snatch a piece of that chicken away from Revive Team's plate right there. So let's if we really check out these standings, the gap between Team Hype and PMA is really not too far off right now.
Yeah, it's just the 2 points. Hype currently leading 187 to 185, though both teams are consistently putting points out on the board. And yeah, the likes of the Rejects, they have to be a little bit on their toes if they want to make sure that, they not only try and catch up as best as they can to Battle Arena Elites, there are definitely enough games left to do it, but also to maintain that distance, the lead that they have over the chasing pack, as they're currently on that 215 points, so not that far away. If PMA gets a game like they did in match 5 of yesterday, then yeah, they're going to be in some trouble.
Yeah, so we're gonna be seeing some teams rise and some others fall throughout some of all these difficult situations that they will be put through the test. So we'll be heading in towards our flight really soon, as we've already got pretty much the green light from production. So of course the players here already have everything ready, and we will be taking our second flight here and towards Erangel once again. This is map 2 out of 3 for Arangel, so let's see how this flight path will be treating some of all these players, as it will be coming from across the areas here from the northwest side.
Yeah, so I think looking at the match 1 performance, definitely some teams are showing up more than others. Would be interesting to see if that is going to be the continuing trend here, but I'm definitely excited to see how the JC Pack, the Rejects, PMA, Hype are all going to be performing, and whether or not we're going to see some of those teams which had some good performances yesterday, or not today, like Crifted, they had a very good end to the day, so wouldn't be surprised to see them being able to show us a little bit more of what they have. Unfortunately, on day 2 and 3, they didn't have the full squad. They were only playing with 3 people, so weren't able to see quite a bit of their squad play in full effect. And we're already seeing here there's a bit of difference in terms of the flight drop points, just based on the flight path. BAE not able to go all the way to Milta, so they're going to have to settle for something a little bit different. They're actually going to be heading to Sosnovka Island.
Well, either they could head back towards Mila or head in towards Novorobnoye. This is going to be interesting, as FFG will be by the edges of Quarry. Do expect a little bit of the shots being fired up in the early rounds right here, while Demon Eater have finally got himself close towards the control station, where it can be a little concerning, judging from what I mentioned early on, having Team Hype pretty close by.
Absolutely, and Circle here is, I think, towards Primorsk. We'll wait for confirmation on that one here. CG and Wolf currently a bit out, and yep, it is going to be around Primorsk. So this is pretty much like match 3 of day 1, if not mistaken, where, yeah, we had 2 island circles, and then we had this one. So this is going to be familiar territory for a lot of these teams. So. And given the flight path, they actually should be all like close by, but it doesn't really pay to necessarily go for a very quick rotation, because it's again, it's going to be a lot of teams already inside, and you're not going to be able to know for certain whether or not that you can really navigate correctly there. So you're going to have your scouting game on overdrive.
Yeah, and not only scout a game, you really have to camp it out as well if you're already inside the center of the circle. As for the other teams that are moving in from the northern section, the Gatka region will be pretty much flocked up, and I do expect a lot of all these long-range taps to be coming across for those teams that are going to be moving in. And as we look into towards the phase number 1, it's about nearly 60% of unplayable area, and there's no point for even any of these teams to really be hopping on those sort of boats by the ocean, as most of the parts like Fairpure and Primos has already been crowded up with teams being ready to really pull the trigger.
Yeah, and I think the added fact is that, yeah, some of the so-called playable area is the island, Sosnovka Island, which is going to be still relatively unplayable later on as a Circle might shift. But Flood here, he's going to get the first knock of the game, as I believe BAE is moving quickly across on that western bridge. They want to move ahead as fast as possible, otherwise they're going to get stuck or bridge camp, and it looks like they're going to be getting the better of these initial exchanges. Bad Boys Gaming, though, they're still looting up in military base, as they always do. But yeah, I think looking at the western bridge, we might be able to see a little bit more action there, as BAE is setting up that beachhead.
And even for Battle Arena leads, they have troubles for their own as well if they really want to cut through the Western Bridge. We've already had 2 teams surrounding that vicinity, namely ACR as well as Team Hype right across. Forgetting FFG on top of that very pure kill as well. So if any of these guys look to cut across Quarry, yep, they really gotta find a safer approach to get themselves across. So for the likes of Hype, I think they will be extremely excited to really go in for those really early engagements, while 24K pretty much far up towards the northeast side inside of Yasnaya Polyana. They will be having an interesting rotation in towards this circle.
Okay, so Flood is actually still on the Sosnovka Island, so mistaken there, but I wonder how he managed to pick off the Acer Esports player, but we'll have to see if that comes to light later on. But right now, we do have a number of teams already in motion. The likes of Area 51 moving down along that western coastal road. Teams really far away, though. They're going to have to really haul ass if they want to, you know, at the very least get in there. But again, we could actually see them stay outside exorbitantly long if they choose to go for that. As mentioned before, they might not be able to secure very central locations given how awkward the circle is, but they might be able to just loot up as much as possible, then expect to tank some blue damage. We might only see them enter the circle phase 2 and onwards.
And as for phase 3, that's where things really get a little bit more messy. While I want to see the circle going towards the swamp site, it has been a while since we see those sort of terrains being played out by many of these teams. While Technical Rape still by the edges of school, already looking to make a move. They got a couple of UAZs to move with, while 24K is going to be relatively safe as they have 562 already well on his way towards the first phase, while Josiah Wow alongside with the rest of Acer Esports, they're just hugging by the corner of the patrol station. They're not looking to move anywhere else but Battle Arena Elites. They are going to be making their pit stop to perhaps go in for the refill or fuel in with even more kills.
Yeah, and I think they're already wary. I mean, they know that there's another team over here. They did manage to get the kill onto Demon Eater earlier on, but now this is a precarious spot that Acer Esports might find themselves in, as of course, there's also going to be the rejects on the other side of the road that they have to be a little bit mindful of. Adol is going to still be a little bit further away. Zone is very much on the way. We are seeing Bad Boys Gaming. They're going for that long rotation all the way on the eastern bridge, so they are going to be taking the safe approach here. I think they know that someone else dropped on the island, so either there might be a bridge camp or those would be travelers on that western bridge. Also going to be a bit of a problem if they chose that direction.
Of course, better be safe than sorry for BBG, as they definitely gave enough respect towards Battle Arena Elites. As for Acer, of course, even though they were across the island, they were punished by Flood, who was always sharp on his taps. Now, back towards the side of PMA, we are seeing them secure a little vantage point across the lower section of Gatka. Double J unloading those 20 bullets of SLR, being forced to reload, but oh no, he's getting shot back by Axis.
Oh, Double J is down on the ground as Area 51 scrambling to try and deal with this Cryptid, all moving in with their vehicles, but they're actually not stopping by. But I don't think that they know too much about it, as they're not spotting them out. Basri here is going to get taken down, and oh, that's really unfortunate to lose him very early on. But they are going to, of course, exchange the kills. Shogun finally is going to be able to take down Double J. And look at this circle. This is I dare say maybe even better than the island finishes, because it continuously reduces so much of the playable area here that it's so challenging for all these teams to try and deal with. They got no choice but to pile in, and this is exactly where compound invasions are going to be very prevalent.
And I definitely would say that this is even trickier than the island, because there's multiple options when it comes to an island ending, but now everything zooms in towards the very corner of the mainland, while Answer is unloading that AUG, changing for his most in the gun, and of course he might not have done all too much, but to rift it, they have lost out on too many of these members from the get-go, leaving only a few more left behind. But oh, Anger here gets a little damage done, but it will be Azo to take him down.
Oh, he gets absolutely smoked trying to peek through the door. But yeah, that's going to be the like the 24K really dealing the damage here. Sick parking there by Ducky, and now he's looking to see, can he influence things a bit more? Vampires, he can be rezzed here, so this might be just a reset here. Oh, he's going to be able to tuck the 24K player back inside, but they know exactly what is up right now. But oh, the flank there not working out for Noisy. Vampires still going to be far away as well. I don't think they're going to be able to do anything there. And now they have a big man disadvantage for 1 HP. Unable to take down his man. Bio62 is exactly who you want to try and put the brakes on, but this is still difficult. The rest of the players are swarming around. They're trying to desperately get up Noisy, but this is going to be a difficult proposition.
As they are being pushed towards the edge of these walls. Members from the side of 24K, they're marching up ahead. It's going to be Never making on towards Makoyo, but Shidaki making a little bit of noise by popping in towards the corners of the wall. And none of these both might have connected. And Anger, oh, he does have the fire coming out on top of him as he hops right outside of the smoke. He will still get that catch. Oh my goodness me! It's 24K that gets wiped out and deleted. My goodness, that was absolutely insane.
The counter punch coming up from the likes of the Revive team was sublime. Oh, now Sophia dealing with the likes of CG and Wolf. It's absolutely crazy right now. Vita is taking down Cryptid in the meantime, as Hurrah are going to be taking down the likes of Tactical Rift. This circle is absolutely devastating. BAE trying to reconcile their position here. They only have 3 players remaining as Neverhor is gonna be taken out. Allen's is still alive in this compound. They're systematically clearing it bit by bit. They need to try and secure it before any other teams start crashing in.
Anga, the clutch got added once again. I gotta like every single one of all these close quarter fights that came right through. Even BAE, they got themselves a couple of all these action in this early start of the round. Now, only 47 players on 12 minutes. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. The pacing of this match gets quicker and quicker as time goes by, but Sophia, he's taking a big risk here by taking that peek. Oh, a little bit of that shred. Thank goodness he gets himself protected. And whoa, my CG and Wolf, 14th place. Well, Ghostly Boy's gonna be putting in a little bit of those numbers. Well, Vets alongside with Nasty, they are down on the ground. Ghostly Boy on the Overwatcher on the top side of the hills here, but I'm not sure. Can Kurohara make it out of this one?
Wow, and looks like this is a really nicely paced game, as you did point out. But now, Vitesse, they do have Bad Boys Gaming. They have to just be a little bit mindful of the ingress onto the position here. Right now, they're trying to clear out this Kurohara player, but he's not going to be expiring just as quickly as they would like. But Mellow One spots out Bad Old Man. Polly, though, is going to refrag straight away. And now it does look like Vitesse only has Ghostly Boy and Bets to try and deal with this. But oh, the push coming out from Bets at the right moment here. He's not able to stop the invader from taking control. Ghostly Boy from the distance not able to influence the proceedings. And he's going to be the last surviving member here from Vitesse.
But they did get 6 kills, though. That is definitely going to be changing things up for their tempo, where they really crashed out much early on in the previous game. And oh my! Area 51 wants to butt in, and that will be the end for them. I kind of jinxed them when I say things were going better. Yeah, that just happened.
Yeah, and yeah, I guess that's the silver lining, the 6 kills there, but yeah, unfortunately not able to get much more from this game. But now, Team Max, they are going to be firmly here on the Quarry side, as we can see that the third phase here is going to be firmly focused on the Quarry, and this is one of the most challenging places to play here on Erangel. So the cover is erratic here. Yes, Max team is finding out here as they're going to already get Mushi getting knocked down here. FFG is on the other side of the Quarry. And yeah, needless to say, rotations through or in or around the Quarry are absolutely devastating. So now any of these first arrivers here definitely going to be in a great spot. Die Darkus landing another couple of shots there, but not going to be able to do anything more than that.
Old man already being suppressed by the Harry Potter Tower while the rest of the members are on the other side. So he cannot afford to be knocked. He has to play a little bit more passively. Josiah Wild, the next one to fall to the hands of Sophia, while M0 is trying to actually get things sharpened up against BAE. Time and time again, these two teams have been just knocking upon each other's door from time to time, but here comes a little bit more for the side of M0 as he marches up the hill and now gets a glimpse over onto both Max team as well as Hyde.
Yeah, he's actually getting both of these teams' attention there, so it's a bit awkward. Now he's caught attention from Flood. He is the #1 player. I think that you do not want to grab his attention, but hey, you know, it's like if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best in terms of, you know, looking at the current standings, that is. But now there is going to be the rejects still trying to move up onto this eastern side. The quarry still going to be firmly in place here as this is again going to be a bit of a predicament. Revive team is a little bit further up there, but now they are going to be prowling. They know there's going to be problems here, and now they've managed to spot out M0 actually taken out from behind, but in front here, Noisy not able to deliver as Badman is going to be able to sit him down.
Man, it causes a little bit of the disruption for the side of Revive team as they're looking to halt their push this time, knowing that it's going to be the rejects that they are facing, and they are still going in for the challenge. Spaggy now losing a little bit more helmet health, while Cheesy Kimbap, he's having the barrel to perhaps work it out, but Spaggy has been knocked out already. They need a little bit more cover ground. There's going to be a little bit more smoke being used, but oh no! That's going to be a little bit of a lot, but oh, great pickup here as Cheesy gets that kill secure.
Cheesy and Batman both getting one apiece, but Batman is down on the ground now as well. It's going to be up to Cheesy Kimbap, the talisman here, to really try and get this fight sustained. Spaggy crawling over here. Vampire is searching out for the prey, but now we're seeing further rotation. This is going to be Area 51, and now the last two members here from Bad Boys Gaming trying to do what they can. Looks like Vampires will be bleeding out here as Spaggy should be okay. Is that a frag grenade? No! Anga with the clutch nade there is going to finish on Spaggy and take down Cheesy Kimbap. And just like that, he picks up Batman as well. The 3K coming out big here for Revive team.
Holy guacamole, how many times will he actually clutch out in all these skirmishes? This is not once but twice in this round itself. What a miracle kit this is, as we are looking at Revive team really putting all of this crazy plays out of the bag.
Oh man, I think they looked at that object there and asked the same question as me. Is that a nade right there? And yes, indeed. And it kind of dashes the hopes and dreams of the rejects after the bit of momentum that they managed to get there. And yeah, that was Revive team having the better of the engagement. They did lose Noise, but in the end, it was going to be worth it. They managed to pick up 3 more kills there and dominance on that northeastern side. And after a frantic early game, we are already down to 30 players. As yeah, this kind of circle is way more hectic than anything that we've seen so far. I think over the course of the 5 days. Now, there is still going to be quite a bit of presence from some of the heavy hitters, PMA, Hype, and also the likes of Battle Arena Elites as well.
Yeah, and this circle definitely favoring Max as it slowly closes all the way in. We're going to be looking at an update. It might be shifting towards the side of FFG or even the likes of Tactical Rape, who is controlling the western side of the map, while Elliot is going to be the only guy surviving. But all of my predictions, yeah, you can throw it all out as it's going all the way down south, but Max is still inside.
Oh yeah, so Max, they will be in a weird spot because any teams that do rotate around the sides of Quarry, they might have some good, a good vantage point. But FFG, oh, they're gonna be cringing looking at this circle and thinking of the best way to try and maneuver around Elliot. Though he is gonna possibly be in the path of PMA. PMA is actually already on the move here. I'm not sure if they really want to stick it out too long. But oh, look at the shots landing there onto Bad Boys Gaming here, as both of them tanking quite a bit of damage from Messi. Gonna be licking his lips here. But at the same time, this is Area 51. They don't have to take this compound, but it's eliminating a team that could backside them once they enter the circle.
And Mel Kendricks will be supporting him as well, as they are getting more of all these members of PUBG corner up. But they are fighting back with a nade being tossed right outside of K-Mon. Messi putting in some offensive smokes. They are trying to blind out the entry frags coming out from the side of Messi here, as they are looking to rotate and slowly invade by each one of these corners. So how long can PUBG last? Let's find out from this point where Poly is getting ready to fight back.
No, but PMA has actually got presence here. They are moving in as it's a 3-team affair right now. Poly, though, is going to catch Downey a little bit here. He hit her just fast enough. The nade dealing more damage to Geek than it is to the enemies there of Bad Boys Gaming. But the shots from the side here, not getting spotted out. Rixis is going to be spoiling the party here with Tactical Ray coming in. Miracle with the shot. Are you kidding me right now? He's going to take down both of the Bad Boys members here, but he's still got more problems. Dreams is down on the ground. Pete and Downey, they're done for, as the likes of Area 51 is still moving in, as PMA did not spot out the other team that they were fighting with.
Miracle, once again, he managed to take that knock towards the side of Messi, and of course they are by the blue zone, and that will be a kill being secured. But on top, there is still going to be K-Mon here surviving for Area 51. 2 singular players here to really duke it out, and he's lucky enough having BAE to really support the cause, but not for long. Mel Kendricks finally puts an end to PMA.
Wow, that was one smorgasbord right there, as everyone was just getting in on the action. Battle Arena Elite, though, is coming to clean up shop, as they're going to finish off Area 51 as well. And just like that, we saw 3 teams all expiring there. But now there is going to be the next circle moving back up towards Team Max, as Tactical Ray, they are a little bit narrow to try and approach this fight with BAE. They're going to prioritize entering the circle. Team Hype, in the meantime, they finally have to move out from the compound, but the shots there from Loki's were on point. John Shout is going to get knocked down. It's 2 players on all fours for Team Hype. They're going to have to do something about it.
9 points already for BAE, and you can see only 5 more teams remain. 22 minutes on the clock. This is just phase number 6, and I'm just enjoying every bit of it. Well, for the side of Team Max, they have been holding on towards this fortress for the longest time, while Mushi gets finished out by FFG, having Aoki on the charge. While right now, for Sophia, he has secured that 4K. One big name for the side of Aoki, as they are trying to crash right in towards the top side where Old Man was sitting on, but there are still more troubles looking ahead.
Right now, BAE spotting out that player on the flank. This is good coverage from Sophia, but now looks like Loki's and Flood trying to catch him out. The flanky player from Team Hype, Robinoid, he is definitely the player you want in this position, but even that, it's going to be a tall order. He's going to be able to land a shot there on the Flood, but might not be enough. Now, Live Action moving up with the rest of his team, as this could be a 4-on-2 battle and swing the tides right back in their favor. I think BAE knows exactly what's up. They are already getting into their own vehicles to try and rotate as fast as they can. But looks like Sophia from downtown is going to get some clutch shots. 2 players go down. John Shout and Live Action both going to be eating dirt at the moment here, as there's only going to be 2 of these Hype players left in it. Now, this could be the moment here for Battle Arena at least to put the finishing touches, but the repositioning is still in progress.
That has got to be the flank of the year right now, with such great cover coming in from Sophia. Now Team Hype being suppressed. There's going to be a little bit of tracing fire coming out from that minute 14. All members of Hype now behind that UAZ, and they really got to hold on for dear life. Of course, losing out one member is not going to be what they are happy about for Team Hype, but as for Max, they are just playing it as defensively as they can. Loki's once more. It's going to be Sean Xiao on the ground. Will answers will trade back, giving him the answer to the question that they've been asking.
Yeah, 2 players still left up here for Team Hype, and they might fancy their chances. Loki's down on the ground. There's not really going to be a lot of coverage just yet. Sophia, again, though, is still presiding over this area. They have enough smokes, and they're making sure that they use enough of it. They're going to finish off that human drone. As now, there's only going to be Flood that's right in their vicinity. 3 players back up here for Team Hype. They are going to be resetting in a good way after taking quite a bit of those hits from Sophia, but he's going to get spotted out. And with the amount of space that there is, Sophia can continue to rotate it with impunity here. But now it looks like the likes of Team Max moving in onto FFG.
FFG having the backs pinned against the blue zone as well as the tower right now. They only have very little to work with, but Roulette, he gets those crosshair upon the side of Team Hype. This is going to be a little bit troublesome for Hype as they are cutting through those corners. They are by the edge of the circle. If they could just hold on for dear life, but not for long though. Roulette gets that big pin down onto his John Shout while Answers has been finished off by Sophia. FFG right now still surviving after quite a long duke out affair against Team Max. Oh man, he jumps right off and immediately meets his demise. He'll Fox is down as well, leaving only Roulette behind. How is this possible? FFG going to push them in towards the corner while Team Hype having only Robinoid left alive. It's Team Max trying to buy some time, and it's one more knock for side of Roulette. 1v1 motion going on, but it's members of the side of FFG that gets this big win with Aoki cutting it out.
Oh, Roulette almost doing it there, but not able to catch out the final member of FFG. Robinoid, though, he's still under pressure here from Battle Arena Elites. Team Hype, they face a lot of pressure as both third-party action coming out from both Team Max as well as FFG took out his teammates, and now Sophia is going to put the final nail in the coffin for Team Hype, as now Battle Arena Elites have managed to control quite a bit of the space, and honestly, this match, this pacing feels a lot like a Sanhok round just by how quickly the field has thinned out. But now it looks like Tactical Ray under pressure here from Aoki. And you have to commend FFG. They made their way all the way from that northern side of the quarry, got in the faces of Team Max, eliminated them, and then some.
Man, this game absolutely thrilling, and we are going to be seeing how this circle will just make BAE suffer a little bit more. You got to walk right in towards the trap being set there by Tactical Rape. Although they have been a little bit more quiet throughout the entirety of the game as compared to the other teams, they have made their way in towards the top 3 and hoping to regain that momentum towards securing a game back in towards their back. While Savior, he doesn't really have any more help on that vest as he's slowly recuperating. No kills whatsoever for him, but Aoki, so far, big plays coming out. Sophia taking some blow.
Blood rotating in earlier, but Sophia's position not as good as Flood's, and he's going to get spotted out by Savior. The angle's not really working against Flood, thankfully for him, but he is going to be pinned in. Darjay Butt is going to be able to spot him out, but it looks like he's going to get caught out himself, and good heads-up play there from Flood to be able to catch it, but the nade from Darjay Butt will be able to seal the deal. That trade of blows there. In the end, Savior is going to actually steal the kill there from Flood and see whether that's going to come back to haunt Savior. But right now, FFG with the 5 kills, and they have got 2 players left here in this 2v2 battle against Tactical Rib, and it's all rather precarious. They're all here on the high ground. That pretty much eliminates a lot of the low ground play, unless we are going to see them navigate down. Oh, Savior!
Oh no. This looks pretty bad. That this here is pretty much having its health taking up. It's going to blow up really soon, but Savior, he's on a desperate attempt here to really get some cover, as he is also trying to loot up for even more of these med packs. Now, with that sort of the angle to work with, I'm not too sure. He does get a couple of smokes to really hold on, but it's all down to Aoki, but he's trying to hop right down below as well. Now, this is getting more interesting as it seems. Afika alongside Rixis, they are going in for the push.
Right now, the center of the zone is going to be in the middle of that road, so this heads-up play by FFG to move down onto the low ground faster than the likes of Tactical Rave was a godsend. But now let's see how they're going to be able to do that. Currently, they have used up all their smokes in an effort to move across the road here. But Xavier, he's going to get picked up by Africa, and now it's a 2v1 situation. Only Aoki that is going to be left here, and they can actually take their a little bit of time here to come down. Rixis is actually going to be in a great spot here to catch out Aoki if he pops out. Don't think there's any smokes left here. Aoki, he's got nowhere to go. Tanking quite a bit of damage. Africa will be able to get the final shots there, and Tactical Rave will be getting their very first win and the 5 kills in tow.
Congratulations, Tactical Rave. After some long, drawn-out games for the past few days, finally they have secured this big chicken dinner that is so hard to achieve by the corners of Quarry, by the likes of these top-tier teams of MYSG. Wow, a lot of fantastic gameplay has been shown throughout the entirety of this match here, from start to finish. Once again, I might have repeated this for quite a number of games, but this one in particular, oh man, really put everyone on a really tough examination.
Oh, yeah, and it really got a good look at everyone's credentials here for really finishing strongly in the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. And so far, those look like Tactical Rave will come out on top. But let's not forget how chaotic this one was. I absolutely love these kind of circles because it's chaotic as it is. And unfortunately, yeah, the downside is that we're not able to catch everything all the time just because, there's just too much going on elsewhere. But I mean, you can see how much space there is left for all these teams. Everyone is forced to go into all of these aggressive positions, and not everyone is going to be able to make it out as heroes.
Yeah, no, of course, the heroes for game number 2 here are Tactical Rave. Definitely well deserving of that, as they played pretty much defensively on the west side, where they were also gatekeeping some other teams from moving inwards as well, where PMA, of course, had a little bit of struggle to get by that quarter, as there was also Team Max, who guards the southern end of Quarry, and they have been holding on like a solid rock that seemed to be immovable until FFG really outshined them in that duel right there, which I felt FFG, this is definitely their best round thus far on second place, and they have definitely proved their skills and worth in that round by an almost impossible play to flush out Team Max, but it's Tactical Rape that gets all the credit by taking this big win. And of course, Africa, alongside with Black Rose, Darjet, but Rixis will be celebrating this one all the way.
Yeah, they got to be really thrilled with their performance. Is that they really pulled out all the stops there, and even though FFG did have the good plays there, I think they used maybe a bit too much of their utility right at the end, and they got punished for it. And Tactical Rave, they were ready to use what tactics were necessary to really close things out. And that is it for our second match of the day, ladies and gentlemen. That does mean that we have one more match on Erangel that's going to be left, as we're going to be having a very short commercial break. And when we return, we'll be seeing how all these teams want to close out this Erangel segment here before we move on to Miramar and see a little bit more of a heated action between everyone else.
哇，五个急救吗？
Level 3 vests and helmets with the.
What the 이렇게?
아치! 조금 많은 데서
Oh, what? Duncan's M4?
Welcome all aboard as we are about to bring you yet another exciting game of PUBG here in the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. I'm Contra, he's Play of the J, and of course, we got to thank all of you guys for tuning in, and all big thanks to PUBG Corporation, KK Revolution, Geek Events, and Cause and Effect for bringing us the show. And of course, shout out to the awesome production team that has been provided us with some great overlays and all the great action-packed scenes coming across these games. So, Play of the J, that was a very
Oh yeah, I can definitely say that I've had a pretty good feel in terms of the PUBG gameplay, especially since we don't get to see this kind of stuff all so often. Things getting hectic from the get-go, and yeah, pacing very reminiscent of when we had a competitive Sandhawk where it's just non-stop between all of these teams in their quest to be able to get as much as they can, you know. And I think this is always going to be like the big test for teams as well, who can cater for these kind of specific scenarios and make it less of a coin toss in a way. But yeah, Tactical Rape, they were up for the challenge to win it in a very gritty finish, all by that southern side of Quarry. So let's take a look at the match results here and see how these teams actually fared after that match.
And starting off, of course, so we do have Battle Arena at least getting quite a volume of frags here by really taking advantage of battling teams all across the map. Although they did finish on towards the a top 6 or top 5, if I'm not mistaken. They did have a solid 12 kill points coming into the table, while Tactical Rave celebrates their chicken dinner right there with a total of 5 kills and an impressive finish for FFG to manage to secure second place and 11 total points to book.
Absolutely, and yeah, again, we saw a head-to-head battle with Battle Arena Elites and Team Hype. Of course, BA edging them out ever so slightly, but of course that was with a little bit of help from other teams, as we did see them all playing quite a big factor, duking out. Of course, we did see some great battles here between, I think it was Area 51 Bad Boys Gaming and PMA. Miracle with some amazing shots there. but unfortunately was not going to be enough, as there was just a little bit too much going on south of the Quarry side, and a lot of teams just not able to make it out. But that is it for our match 22 leaderboard. Let's see how this played a factor in our overall standings. Of course, Battle Arena leads with the high points total here. They're going to be extending their lead as it's up to 70 points. That is absolutely ridiculous. They are going to be breaching the 300 points barrier ever so soon.
Oh man, I don't know. Is there enough time for the rejects to really catch up with this? They need perhaps a 3 chicken dinner lead here with high frags to really close up this big disparity of points between these two teams. And not only that, there's a little bit of a spacing between the rejects as well as the hype. So at the very least, they do have a few games that they can work with here before PMA and hype here catches up. There's only 5 points separating both hype and PMA, while Team Max, of course, they are having that one white line right above them to really see whether or not can they really keep up against PMA or hype. Therefore, K Esports had a little bit of snooze in the previous run. Same goes to CGM Wolf, but these two teams, they are tied with 1-1 for to both names for sure. While Revive Team, they are still in the top 8.
Yeah, so CGM Wolf creeping up onto same level with 24K Esports. Seems a while ago now that CGM Wolf they were in third place at the end of day number 1, and then they slid all the way down to 7th. But they are on the precipice here of being able to overtake 24K Esports. But I would say that both teams have not really come fully alive so far, based on the 2 matches that we're able to see. But yeah, I think we did see that fight with 24K Esports right at the start of the game, that they tried to take it against a Revive team, but it didn't work out, and kind of all got straight away eliminated. So that was a very early game for them.
And we've seen so many early game scuffles that was going to be a little bit dicey for the teams. And as for Anga, he got the most clutch moments of them all in this particular game. And I'm glad that you brought up his name before we even start game number 1. And now coming back up online, this kid here absolutely putting in some monstrous performance towards both angle matches thus far. And now for the upcoming match, we'll be having our final game inside of Erangel before we head in towards the desert of Miramar.
Absolutely, and I think we now try and see which teams are going to be able to bounce from this one, because as very interesting as that last game is one of the more outliers in terms of the play style, the pacing, and those who can adjust to it and based on what's happening around definitely will be able to achieve good results. So it might throw off the pacing for maybe like a more standard game, and if anything is to go by when it comes to our Miramar rounds, it's going to be a central northern circle. So we can expect to see, maybe things will be a little bit off. But of course, we do still have that one game of Erangel, as you mentioned. And really, I think the circle that we're going to get is just an island finish now.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely hoping for that. Or like you did request, maybe a Stalber finish will also change the momentum for certain other teams, where that uphill battle has always been something that has been proven to be the test for the best out there. But speaking of the best, we got our top fraggers of map 22. It will be Sophia, who really got some great pot shots across the field to secure a 7K for Battle Arena leads.
If not for his Overwatch, I'm pretty sure, the rest of the team would not be able to survive the battle with the team hype. As of course, Sophia was instrumental in preventing them from pushing them ever so much more. But eventually, they would again succumb. But still, huge points total coming out from Sophia, delivering here in the second match of the day. Miracle those frags there against Bad Boys Gaming and also against Area 51 were great, but unfortunately the rest of his team were already wiped out. And I think they didn't realize that Area 51 was in the vicinity fighting with Bad Boys Gaming, and they didn't approach it with all of the members at the same time, and then they had two of their players getting knocked down. Anga, of course, those 3 kills against 24K were absolutely clutch, and of course, Batman and M0 both having 3 kills apiece. They're gonna feature again in these charts.
Yeah, and the rejects, they got quite a number of kills, but they crashed out a little bit early than they wanted to. And we talked about that big gap that they need to cover up before the ship sails away to PCS2 for Battle Arena Elites. They really got to do something about that, and of course, they got to find ways to really sneak some guy in, put the anchors out to really. Stop this ship from really sailing all the way out. Because Battle Arena Elites, every single game, they have been consistently coming up with those double digits. So they really got to match them instead. Or, since they've been dropping really close by to each other in Erangel, maybe they might take a roll of the dice and see whether or not can they really wipe the floor and put Battle Arena out of the game first to really get a little bit of a better chance for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, there is that. I think it definitely goes through their minds. I think they know that it's also much more of a dice roll than not, just because if they get the choice of going wherever they want on Erangel, for example, we're going to see Battle Arena Elites go for Milta, and Milta is it's a little bit bigger than maybe a team would like. If it's like, say, farmlands that where the rejects are currently dropping at, there's only a few buildings there. So if you do have a fight, it's kind of decisive, and then it's just down to your, of course, loot luck, and of course, just the ability to maneuver around a few buildings. But if you got a whole town, yeah, you can throw all the predictions out the window when it comes to these kind of engagements, I think, and they're definitely looking to contest in terms of sheer number of kills.
That's right, and it seems like we're ready for our flight here to the final run inside of Erangel for today. It's going to be a day 5 here, and we are currently seeing very little population on Spawn Island for some reason. Oh, it seems like it's being emptied up, and yep, they're already on the plane. That's the reason why, and we will be seeing how this flight path treats most of the team. And I'm liking the fact that Battle Arena Elites, they were so adaptive. The previous game, they did not end up in Milta because of the flight path that was very much Western-centric. But this is going to be a good access for many of the teams in towards the entirety of the map, as we are seeing Tactical Rape getting that previous round really well to really close off Game 2.
Okay, and sorry to be the bringer of bad news, ladies and gentlemen, but unfortunately, 2 of the players failed to join, so we will be having a remake for this particular match. We're just waiting on the confirmation here from production, but yep, we are sorry about this, so we're going to have to just bear with us for a little bit longer here as the game is going to be remade here. But I think everyone's itching to get it on here with our final Erangel match of the day, and and no one wants to be with one man down in their particular squad, so there are going to be 2 teams which are going to be disadvantaged in that sense. And I think we did see from day 2 and 3 that Crifted, they were in a similar boat where they only had 3 players for the whole day. I'm not too sure why that was the case, but we definitely saw it play a factor in terms of the results that they were able to get, or rather not get.
Yeah, that was a point that I wanted to highlight as well when it comes down to a 3-man squad versus 4. It definitely changes everything. You're not in that uh, usual pub game where you can even go solo squad. Where you are facing the best of Malaysia and Singapore. So, of course, the enemies will put everything they have against you, and if they get that lead, even better, like they could just easily close things out. And once Crifted got themselves that 4-man, we saw them play so much better than the past couple of days that they were playing with 3-men. And of course, we really have to ensure that the tournament integrity is taking shape for all the players here to be competing ever so fairly.
Absolutely, and you're absolutely right. But with that note, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a very short break while the players are all getting back into the lobby, and we will get started with our third match of the day pretty soon. We'll just have a very short break here. We'll see you after a few minutes.
Behold, the beautiful island of Sanak. This cap of land is home to lush vegetation, rustic communities, and plenty of sights for the eager tourist to take in. Here's one now, blazing up the trails on the sturdy and reliable Tukshay. Just look at him go. But Sanak wasn't always the pinnacle of Battlegrounds locales. Just like everywhere else, it had to evolve and grow to stay relevant as Battlegrounds rules evolved for a more exciting match. From the hidden bunkers and war-torn fields of Erangel, to the A la Muerte Vamos racetrack on Miramar. From Vikendi's Dino Land and frozen lakes, to black zones of Karakin. There's a variety of battlegrounds for everyone to enjoy. Some even have their own special features. Pick up the Panzerfaust and sticky bombs to blow some holes in destructible walls on Karakin. Ooh, watch out for that backblast. The motor glider on Erangel and Miramar lets contestants soar to new heights. Be sure to pick up the Mosin Nagant on Vikendi before you board the top-of-the-line locomotive. Convenient vending machines drop boost items on Miramar, and if you're quick enough, you can drive the Golden Murado. What a beauty! Just don't blow those tires running over a spike strip. Some folks remember a time before grabbing onto ledges was permitted in the official rules. A contestant fleeing the blue zone would leap for a ledge, only to remember it was an illegal action. Ooh, that's gotta sting! Luckily, vaulting and ledge grabbing were eventually made legal, and the Battlegrounds match excitement increased significantly. Weapons especially have been upgraded time and time again to keep matches fresh and fun. Let's check in with these two contestants. Say that, which firearms are you fellas using? Well, those are fine weapons, but you're not making the most of them. Here, try this stock for your M16, and this red dot for your micro Uzi. We've made attachments easy to equip, so now they can slot automatically when you loot them. You can even quick swap them to new weapons you pick up. Gee, thanks, mister. Now you two run along and kill each other. Those two could have used some more time on Camp Jackal, our prestigious training area, to learn how to properly use weapons and attachments, not to mention all other facets of the Battlegrounds. For those who prefer to practice on live targets, arcade mode gives you a different way to play, including the fan-favorite Team Deathmatch. Communication is key on the Battlegrounds, so we've made it easier to share your plans with teammates, regardless of language. Spot pings and quick markers give information quickly and easily. You can even let allies know which supplies you need. Speaking of supplies, the best gear on the island is just a signal away when using a flare gun. Call in a special care package that contains crate weapons and gear, or the heavily armored and amphibious BRDM-2 transport. You there, you're leaving a valuable tool laying around. That gas can used to only refuel vehicles, but can now be used to set fiery and explosive traps. He's over here, fellas. Now wait for it, and blammo! Why, there's even a tool to deal with those pesky building campers. One stick of C4 is all it takes to send them scattering into the open, making them such an easy target that even little Timmy could pick them off. It's fun for the whole family. For those looking to prove what they're made of, Survival Mastery, Weapon Mastery, and the new Ranked Mode are all available to show the world you have what it takes, no matter the discipline. There are even special rewards for Ranked Mode that you can't get anywhere else, so rank up while the season is active. Yes, my friend, the Battlegrounds continue to evolve, and Sanok is getting the royal treatment with Season 8. Expect to see more on the loot truck, decoy grenade, and secret history of the legendary Sanok 4 as Season 8 draws on. For now, drop into your favorite battleground and enjoy all the content PUBG has to offer. We'll see you next time.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. I'm Play of the J. Joining me is Aaron, Contra-chan, and we do thank you for your patience. We are just about ready here to enter our third and final round on Erangel, but don't worry, we still have another 2 rounds on Miramar to follow right after.
That's right, and of course, the pace of the game has increased by at least twofolds. I feel like you said, it felt as if we were inside of Sanhok, where every single one of these teams were just chasing each other, taking blows after blows, invading compounds, and of course, tossing some crazy nades across the field. Not forgetting those amazing frags, and of course, some really big turn of events coming in from the likes of FFG to take out Team Max in that particular game, which eventually see them come up on second place. So, of course, we're going to be seeing how another chapter will unfold here in this flight and towards the last round of Angle 4. The number 5. Tomorrow we'll be having another 2 rounds inside Erangel. So we're going to be seeing right after this match, there's going to be a change in terms of momentum, maybe for some teams who are more well versed inside of Erangel as compared to Miramar.
Absolutely, and see which ones can really cater for the right situation. But yeah, definitely, Battle Arena Elites seem to be catering for every situation that is being thrown at them. I think we've seen a plethora of them already across the course of these 5 days, and they've been able to come out with a consistent result almost every time. So definitely very commendable there. And I think at this point, with the amount of lead that they have, they must definitely be looking ahead towards the PCS to APAC to see how they want to try and implement it. And I don't know if you remember on the first or second days, we did see some more interesting starts coming out from BAA. I wonder, Contra, are we going to be seeing a little bit more of that from today and tomorrow?
Yeah, I believe that they have been a very adaptive team. It has been proven in that first round itself when they couldn't get that flight in towards Milta. They just go for anything that they could take by the west side of the bridge, and that's where Flood really opened up the gates there with that opening kill towards the side of Acer Esports. So even when they were put to its challenge, they say, "Okay, no biggie. I've played 1,000 games on PUBG, and of course, it could be even more than 1,000 if you really want to see how much time these boys really put to their training and all the tournaments that they have been to in the past. And of course, number of accolades being achieved, but there are also other teams that are hoping to really put in some silverware back to their homes for sure. Whether it's Singapore or Malaysia, we'll find out by the end of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, there is still going to be a lot of prize money on the line for all of these teams. And we can see that definitely there's still a lot of fight. And while there's only one slot available now, a lot of these teams, they're fighting for their more for their long-term development as well. You know, they're looking ahead to the next opportunity as well, even if they can't make it in this one, because it's not overnight that you're going to be having a team that is going to be able to deliver the goods. It's going to be very difficult to see something like that happen. Usually, you have to have teams play together for quite some time before everything seems to click and it all happens for them. You know, so definitely something that these teams will be keeping in mind. I think we talk about a few of the teams that maybe are newer to this year, but they are formed with some veteran players, maybe with some fresher players as well. But at the same time, it's making that entire formula work here, so that further down the road you can be able to see a little bit more success in terms of that regional qualification.
And of course, we have seen some revival of big old names that used to be very active, and they were on and off the radar of the competitive scene as well. So it's great to really have names like Elliot come back to play on a very different team. And of course, a lot of roster swaps have happened across all the fields for the most part as we head into this tournament. There were a couple of names that we do miss in this particular tournaments. Just like Ace and Esports back in the days, who really had their
Mhm.
glorious momentum hailing from Singapore. And also names like Big Bluebird, Meltings can really put a whole lot of limelight to not only themselves but for the entirety of their local scene itself to a bigger stage.
Absolutely, and it's nice to see some of the older names as well. I think like from Singapore side, we did have resurgence in the past, where I think Quadro was a former player, and now he is currently playing here with Acer Esports as well. So it's definitely nice to see some of the older faces from the regional scene here, and continue to see them give that representation. And Thank you for bearing with us, ladies and gentlemen. We are just about ready to swim our way in Erangel here for our match number 3. So again, we have 62 players. We're informed by production that unfortunately one player had a blackout. So unfortunately, we will be proceeding. And right now, the flight path will be heading all the way from Severny all the way to Novo.
Very interesting flight, and of course, it's an unfortunate event for the said player. We don't exactly know who, but we hope that he gets that pretty much checked up, as we still have 2 more rounds inside of Miramar. And yep, he has to book his flight ahead of time, and of course, be early whenever necessary. Now, as we are looking to a couple of these towns on the western side being inaccessible, there's going to be a little bit of contest of vehicle between Team Max as well as FFG, and I don't know what to make out of this, as these 2 teams are going to be having some really tough contests out there.
Yeah, I totally agree. And this is actually going to renew rivalries that we were seeing in the previous game. There's not a lot of vehicles there on that northern road side, but it looks like Revive Team is trying to prevent them from stealing some of their vehicles that they have planned here. So that's going to be a little bit annoying. But they do manage to secure some transport for themselves. So it is not all lost. But at the same time, it could definitely be a whole lot better. But yeah, we'll see how the circle is going to shift. And right now, it looks fairly decent here for the likes of Revive Team. It's all the way here on this northwestern side. Only thing is that a lot of the teams, they're just not going to be anywhere close to it, just given how the flight path worked. So compared to the last match, we're probably going to be seeing a lot more faster rotations to try and take advantage of the open pockets of space.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with that. And I thought that Team Max would be devastated by losing that vehicle towards the side of FFG. And mind you, towards the northwest side, I've dropped there a couple of times just to experiment myself. There's honestly not too many spawns of vehicles that's going to be popping up near Zarki or even North George. Although the town is pretty much stacked up with a whole lot of loot, but with that circle really moving in towards that corner of the map, at the very least, they buy themselves a little bit more time to really stash things up and also have a chance to retrieve a vehicle by the roads.
I think you're quite right on that one. And sounds like your experience of finding out there are not many vehicles there sounds very like painful past, if I must guess. As yeah, we've all been there. but yeah, I think a lot of teams here will be wary of that, especially the pro level, as they do know the importance of being able to have that mobility in the early stages. There's no point having a whole bunch of loot if you can't carry it around with you. That's why you see a lot of strategies, especially on Miramar, very much revolve around them dropping in areas that they can pretty much secure and guarantee a lot of the vehicles. I think it was it's either in day 4 or day 3 that we did see a lot of the early game altercations being people running over each other, just because everyone is really going ham just trying to get all these early game vehicles.
That's right, and not only that, all the pro players have to familiarize on the places of spawn for a competitive scene, because usually there is a fixed couple of spawns that you can expect a vehicle no matter whichever game that you play. So hence you can see why these players, they kind of know the exact same information, but it's more about whoever drops out of the plane first and gets a little bit of that hit start to really snatch that vehicle away. And yeah, a couple of times CJ and Wolf was actually a little bit later to the scene to really get themselves on that driver's seat.
Absolutely. Yeah, CG and Wolf. Not sure what to make of them today. I would hold on judgment. I think right now, they're just trying to still find their footing. We haven't seen. I mean, you can tell when a team is a little bit more on the confident side and they got things firing on all cylinders. You just see how coordinated they are in taking certain team fights. If we have plenty of examples of teams being able to have that good communication and be able to come out with it. And that is going to be a very nice combo here. And Revive Team is pretty much going to have it all for themselves. And Revive Team, actually, they've been having some pretty good team fights themselves, especially in the first round of the day. And the last round was not too bad against the likes of 24K as well.
And this extremely rare drop here is going to be giving them a pretty great edge to perhaps snipe somebody across the northern side of George if they get anywhere closer. Or maybe they might want to check out the shooting range forest as well with this sweet baby sitting inside of the red box. Now, over the side of Vitas we go.
So Vita's going to be making their moves pretty much at the same time here as Chris did. They are all running across the northern side of Yasnaya. A lot of shots coming out here. Not going to really land a lot of connections. Now we're going to see Area 51 also in rotation at the moment. Ghostly Boy taking quite a bit of damage there. And the shots there actually landing quite substantially despite the movement there. Etsas on the move. And wow, what a counter as Ghostly is going to actually be punishing Etsas a little bit here for landing those on him.
Yeah, he says anything you can do, I could do better, and he just hopped by and hightailed it at the moment and instantly responded with quite a flick out of that bike. Now, Cheesy Kimbap, he's checking on towards the corner, but does he know that there is somebody lurking up ahead those hills? And he hasn't really been all too aware, but PMA, they're hoping to punish him real soon.
Oh, Krifta getting absolutely wiped out. A 3-team altercation, mostly by the likes of 24K and a little bit of Vitas. Going to actually finish them off. So it looks like they couldn't really recover from rotating right there. But yeah, GC Kimbap, I don't think he realizes the imminent danger that he's in. But I'm surprised PMA, they haven't actually made a move to get at least some vision over to where GC Kimbap is, because they for sure heard that Dacia actually head up the hill, as it's going to be quite distinctive considering that they were here way before. Looks as though they're going to be biding their time ever so slightly. Cheesy Kimbap actually going to be moving it a little bit more. Now they definitely will have heard it. They are getting into a better spot here. They might be a bit too late, though, as Cheesy Kimbap is already fast on his way down.
Well, they wanted to coordinate on their bullets to really fly towards the direction of Cheesy Kimbap for sure, but yeah, I guess he's lucky enough to be able to be covered up by some of all these ledges of the hill right here over onto the South George, while Kendricks, oh my, a great tap coming out of his K9 right there to pick up the kill against Pasha.
Yeah, and that's another early loss here for CGM Wolf. It hasn't really been happening in the early stages of the game. Even if it does, usually ends up... Oh no, looks like another snipe here working out. I'm not sure where the CGM Wolf players are. Koyo is down. Is Dabble able to catch him out from quite a long range there? And yeah, the Area 51 guys, they're not really anywhere close to them. So it's really just catching the CGM Wolf players off guard, landing the headshots, which are absolutely devastating them.
And not only that, you can see how many of these teams are really booking those hills to really get that perfect vantage point to get this sort of a knocks coming in towards the early stages of the game. Where he lost a couple of players, and of course one team bowing out already. This is 24K hoping for a better game after 2 rounds of being sleepers in the process. Now, Wolf's going to be trying his luck with the sprays.
Yep, phase 2 now going to reveal itself, and PMA in the meantime collecting as much information as they can to plot their next move, but more teams here around the shooting range. They are going to be the likes of 24K. They are going to be spread out. I'm not sure if they're trying to cast their net quite large here, see if they can catch any of these other teams that might be deciding to make a rotate. Ezo actually going to be moving a little bit further towards the southeast. As currently there's still going to be a little bit of presence there from the likes of Revive team as well. It does look like we are going to have the shift in the circle towards also that southeastern side.
Noisy, going with a little bit of those taps. And the Revive team at least know that they won't be rotating anywhere near towards that direction. Or perhaps they might want to get a little bit up close and personal for another challenge. As FFG, they are going to be having a little bit of crossroads here alongside with the rejects that have just made their way towards the side of North George. And Kenny 9X on that 4K coming in times SKS pretty much locked and ready to blow. But we're going to see some really hands-on action coming from Team Max.
Everyone in rotation with this hard shift in the circle, and really this is going to allow them to all move basically safely, as they are all kind of doing it at the same time. No one's going to be in a prime spot to really catch them in rotation, but it also means that they're trying to secure the spot. FFG, though, it is them again with Team Max. They have managed to knock down and take down Old Matt already. They're looking for the second one, as it's rather precarious for Hillfox to try and get away from this one. He's got a sliver of HP remaining. Vitez is also gatekeeping inside this new zone. So FFG has to be a little bit careful that they're not overzealous. Nasserleberg here is going to actually take down Rula, as Team Max have got not much luck. They're just moving from between a rock and a hard place, it would seem.
Man, what a tough place to be for some of these players, but oh boy, we're getting the circle in between the river, so it's about the teams taking their pick and, of course, putting the chips on the table before, of course, suffering another big rotation heading in towards the later side of the game. There's a lot more things going on in the kill fit, as we see BAE having a little bit of a run over right now. And FFG, the drama's not over. It's going to be a big blow towards that UAZ that just not only blow out, there's no cover for them as it flips over, while Flood will try to get a little bit more cover. Furuhara being spotted out already by Flood, but not much damage has been taken by these members here. Oh, speaking of damage here, Flood's going to be nailing down Abi.
Oh, BAE though, oh, trading of blows. Flood getting caught out there as JV is going to come out from that one, but it's not going to last much longer. Sophia is going to be able to get him down, and Furuhara, though they might have gotten one of the Battle Arena elites, they're going to exact terrible vengeance onto the remaining players of Furuhara, but now FFG is still fighting with Vitez. Rules are popping up over the top, gonna land quite a few shots, but the shots from the side there, Mallow 1 gonna connect in fantastic fashion here. Is absolutely necessary to save his teammate, but there's still more shots landing here, this time from Savior. He's already got him down to 10 HP. Vets trying to do what he can, back up a little bit more, but it won't be denied. Savior will be able to close that one out, picks up the 2 frags, and Vitas is out of this game.
What a play by Savior here that managed to take out the entirety of Vitas. And they were playing out in the open field. They don't really have too much of that cover, so it is quite an unlucky bout for because here comes PMA going in with the shred down there as Downey secures that knock towards the side of Kimon. Where are the rest of the members of Area 51? It seems like they are rotating in towards the corner of Ruins, and they have to find a U-turn all the way back towards the bridge. This is not looking good for A51.
Yeah, well, they are going to be heading across there. They don't want to try and deal with PMA at the moment here. But now, Hype is under pressure. Tactical Ray, the winners from the previous round, they have spotted them out, but they are all the way down here on the south side of school. They will have quite a bit of oversight on the surrounding areas. But now look who's coming back. It's going to be Mushi after he got away from the earlier altercation, but he's facing a lot of pressure. He doesn't have the tires to work with this. He's spinning out and still attracting tons of fire. Dabble not able to land with it, and the inadvertent wheelies there is actually saving his life, but now he's taking even more damage. Oh man, I don't even know if he's going to get away from this.
He's making his way out. How is that possible that he's still rolling away? Oh, Double J missed an opportunity, but not for Slide ED. He's going to be able to get that knock towards Ezo, as he will be the unsuspecting victim, but more 24K to come.
Oh, Slidey D, last surviving team member here from CG and Wolf, trying to fend off this push there from the 24K esports players. Oh no, Slidey D, he's getting absolutely pushed there. 1 HP left remaining. He can't make up his mind, and that has been a little bit of a deciding factor. Going to be able to pop the meds though, as the door going to be helping him out just a little bit more. But he has to watch out. There is going to be oversight through the window there as well, as he's moving down here to try and push him. He's going to be able to catch him off guard. That's 2 kills there for the CGM Wolf player.
What a play! He gets all 3 in the back, and now it has become a 1 versus 1 scenario. This drama inside of Raza has just escalated off the roof. And we talk about 24K here. They had a good game back in a couple of days ago, but today it has been a big slump. And Slidey D, of course, we've already talked about CGM Wolf not being all too consistent, and now trying to prove us wrong here on the solo showdown.
Absolutely, and they are directly competing with the team that is contesting for that 6th spot right now. Remember, this game tied at 114 points, so they are looking to really try and overtake them at the moment. It is that one-on-one battle. We'll see what is going to happen from that. They both have to move out from their current buildings if they want to be able to continue into the later stages. But right now, BAE holding out on the corner of Watertown. They're going to be seeing a lot of these rotations happening here, and I think the rejects are just trying to find a good beachhead to try and approach this place as well, because it is quite central in this new zone. But it's not going to be easy. Neferhor and the rest of BAE, they already have 6 kills in this game. Loki's did get killed, but there's a little bit of that ambush earlier on that we saw from the likes of Hurahara. There's going to be nice goodies here, but not sure if anyone's going to be willing to go out here. It's kind of open, this kind of terrain near the school side.
This game has been very generous with the 15 times scope thus far. This is the 2nd package, and I guess the pro players can definitely make good use of this to really peek out towards those windows of the Watertown where BAE is currently at. Or was it TR? I really got to check my facts right after this.
Both.
Well, 24K. All alone.
So now Wolf is actually going to go for a bit more of a daring play here, as he does want to actually just try and drive out from this zone. Aoki, in the meantime, he's going to actually get shot in the side there. 2 of his team members are down on the ground. Dreams, he's not the one that you want to see in the kill feed. He's going to pop out. He's going to claim another one there. And he and Miracle are going to be combining in scintillating fashion. But looks like Slidey D also has the same idea as Wolf. But right now he jumps out! The plays there! Oh my goodness! Why did Slidey D jump out of the vehicle? I think he was still thinking a little bit too quickly there, and unfortunately he didn't come out with it. But the K-Mine play there to take out Wolf is directly going to take out 24K Esports.
I guess we can call it K-Mine Kaze right there, as it was a special delivery coming from Slidey D. Let's definitely get that one in the end of today's highlights, but boom, there we go. A little bit of a flip of the Dacia, and they are losing a little bit more cover here as Acer Esports coming. Demon Eater here, going in for the push, will secure that kill, and Adol will be going in with the finishing as well.
Acer Esports having a much better round, to say the least, but whew, Slidey D, that was an amazing play right there. Not only did he take out single-handedly all 3 players there, earlier players there from 24K, the kill on the Wolf, that was something special. Definitely have to say, I would love to see that at the end of the day highlights, so make sure you stick around for that too. Ladies and gentlemen, PMA in the meantime, they're going to be consolidating their spot. They took out FFG just now, so they're going to be in a decent spot. Flood off screen, though, is actually going to get picked off.
Oh my, it seems like this two-way warfare for BAE is going to be a little bit more troublesome than they think it will be. But that circle definitely is going to be laying upon them as they are right now by the edge. Only a couple of teams here that will need to find their way in. And over the southern side, I'm not too sure if ACR can make it out alive if they were to tank in the blue zone for a tad longer. Poly here going in for a couple of all these taps as they are trying to work with all these sort of the terrains that get themselves a little bit more covered by the edge of the water town and ruins.
And now with this little bit of defilade available to Bad Boys Gaming, they're looking to gatekeep a little bit on the PMA side of things as they're still trying to come in from that western side. But it's going to be Tactical Ray that's dealing the damage here to Hype. But look at Ace here, Esports coming in here. Demon Eater, though, is going to take down his teammate in the process. But there is still going to be hope left alive here. He's getting up Demon Eater as we speak. Josiah, I think he is going to be rescuable as well. He's in the adjacent building here. The rest of Tactical Ray, while they're still in the game, are far away. Noise is going to take down Downey, though. PMA facing some problems trying to get in.
Yeah, and as for Max as well, they will be taken out at 9th place, while we're going to be seeing a little bit more of the hill battles here, which of course concluded for one player of the side of PMA. But over on the other side, look what we have here, BBG. Hiding really clearly with the smokes already being popped up. PMA has been alerted already, but here comes the nades!
Oh man, Bad Boys shooting through the smoke here, trying to fend off this push coming from PMA. PMA, though, they're getting absolutely sandwiched. There's going to be a revive team right behind, but it's going to be Rixis getting the first knock there onto Kachi. There is going to be PMA trying to cover both angles. They're not willing to come right up over the top. But Bad Boys Gaming, they have the numbers to work with here, but they're going to be a little bit more apprehensive. Revive team, they're approaching this cautiously. They are getting nades thrown right back at them, and the smokes, they're making it difficult for them to really get the right angles, and they're a bit afraid of getting a little bit more width here because that's going to expose them to Watertown, where the rejects and also Battle Arena Elite is going to be able to influence that. But Daki, he's going to get knocked down here by Dreams, and Anga, he's trying to do what he can, but he's being corralled by the zone. This is making his playbook a little bit more on the limited side.
Yeah, I'm not too sure why is Shidaki pushing all the way in, especially when he has a 15x AWM on his arsenal, but now there's only going to be one man left, which is in the form of Noisy for a revive team. Yes, they did get the chicken dinner early on, but man, this is not looking all too good for them as the circle edge is, of course, tending in all the way through phase 6 eventually. Well, Bad Boys, at the very least, they have had a little bit of that pressure lifted off from the side of PMA, and Noisy making a little bit of dance off here as TR hoping to tap him out.
Bad Boys making their moves here, just trying to get into a better spot, but now it is going to be Revive Team that finally gets finished off here. The combination from Neferhor and PMA, it's going to be devastating, but now there is going to be Bad Boys only having the 2 players left remaining here, while the other 2 will be seeing can they control things from a bit further range. But the terrain here is very hit and miss, and it's, right now PMA trying to make a mad dash here, but Battle Arena Elites only has to look over. It's also going to be the rejects starting to open up. Dreams and Pete's running for their lives, but there is going to be Bad Boys Gaming given that little bit of reprieve. They're going to meet up with the rest of their team members.
Bad Boys having a perfect holdout so far, surviving with all 4 members, but Spaggy's gonna be the next one to be knocked out. BAE secures that kill on towards Spaggy in the form of Sophia as we look in towards the corners of the water town, which has been pretty much unoccupied already. There's still a few more units coming in from the side of TR, but Neverhor, this is going to be a great pick upon both John Chow and Live Action.
Cool. He's going to only pick up 1 of the kills there, though, as Rixis will be getting in on that action. And now Batman M0, again, the last 2 players here for the rejects, but they are spotted out by PMA. PMA realize that they don't have a lot of cover available. The smokes come out from the rejects. It's going to give them a little bit of time to work with as Dreams, Pete, and Miracle. Look at the positioning here. They're caught right between the two teams, but they have to thank Battle Arena Elites. M0 goes down. Dreams with the shots there, lands onto Battle Man, and he's going to be sat right back down. But now, looks like PMA, they only have one player left. Now there's going to be Bad Boys running up the hill. They might be able to come out over the top and squash the last bit of resistance.
This is getting a little bit more claustrophobic for Pete as he is being left out alone, and being surrounded by every single one of these teams is definitely no good news for him. While Zam still waiting for the tap here. It's going to be Polly that will be able to take down Abdul. Well, for the side of Bad Boys, having 3 frags already. Now on the hunt, on the prowl, might be able to actually find Batman right down below. And he's going for the taps. Oh, he gets caught up by Pete instead. One more point for the side of PMA. What a turnaround. Well, he gets to buy a little bit more time here as Zam gets pretty confused where exactly that tap came from. ACR still having 2 members to work with from the south side.
Oh, what a twist indeed there, as Pizza is going to be trying to spoil the party that Bad Boys Gaming is trying to have. They're a little bit spread thin at the moment here. Before they had the numbers and seemingly had quite a lot of pressure applied to all the other teams, but now they are down to 2 players. Battle Arena Elites, they're moving in from that northern side. They only have Neferhor and Sophia left in this one, so everyone is kind of on limited squad strength here. I would say Acer Esports, they have still got the 3 players, if I'm not mistaken. So they're definitely going to be one of the stronger teams. 7 teams left alive, but only 11.
And while we are going to be watching how this would conclude here, it's Pete's for his securing 2 kills out of the 7 for PMA. And ACR, a really good run, even though they only had 3 members. I'm not too sure whether it's if one of the players actually exited the game by after getting killed off. But hey, if they really played with 3 men, this is absolutely impressive coming out of the team.
Right now, Pete's just going to be doing solo squad member things, but see if he can influence things later on. Now, Josiah, he is taking quite a few of these long-range hits coming out from Polly, but looks like Sophia is going to be able to take down the closest rivals in a rare head-to-head. Batman going down, but the shots landing onto Demon Eater through the smoke. Excellent shots coming out from the Bad Boys Gaming player, but now it does look like Tactical Rave coming up over the top. They're feeling a little bit more adventurous, and oh wow, what a care package to come at the right time, and it's going to be a Mark 14 as well to boot.
And that's a really big nade to really send that vehicle flying. One less cover for the player right there. Interesting Fast and Furious take on towards this scene itself. While Polly has been playing the perfect defense, and now he does enjoy the benefit of being in the center of the circle, or maybe otherwise, depending on how you really look at the scenario. Well, if Neferhor gets that knocked towards the side of Zam, and this will be pretty much another one being pushed up here against Josiah. Wow, Neferhor looking for the final member of Acer Esports, while Bad Boys will come in towards the 5th place, and, well, gotta correct myself, that will be Acer on 4th. Yep, that's pretty much it.
Oh, wow. And look at the cleanup crew coming in from Battle Arena Elites. Seemingly, their specialty here is that they're looking to close things out against the 2 remaining teams here, which is going to be Tactical Rave and Hype. So, yeah, Hype not showing in the top right. Not too sure why. But regardless, we are seeing the answers still going to be left alive. But for the most part, it's going to be this 2v2 for now, as Answer's not really doing all that much. He might be able to shoot Black Rose, as he doesn't seem to know all too much about it. But yeah, 16 frags here, 6 apiece each for Sophia and Neferhor. They're definitely feeling it this game, and they're looking to put the final touches. Rix is already taking a little bit of damage. Not sure if that Mark 14 is really going to be helping in these circumstances, as Sophia is already moving down here for the flank.
Well, maybe he could just adjust it to a single tap or even auto if he really wants to. And now Sophia going to be trolling him out. Oh, yes, it does. And he will be able to put him to sleep. Well, one more member left for the side of BAE, and it's going to be the captain right there, Neferhor, representing BAE. The top dogs here is still looking to book a chicken dinner, which they have been missing out on for the past couple of rounds. While back towards the side of Hype, answers in between those Natsias, as we are still seeing Sophia here, of course, bleeding out eventually. But those bullets are flying his way. This is going to be a little bit concerning because that's going to be a tactical rape. And also, answers, replies. And with a little bit of aggression here with Blackrock down for him for the push as well. He's the next one to actually fall down. Rixis will be able to secure this chicken dinner for tactical rape.
Wow, tactical rape. They just hit back-to-back rounds right there, and they got to be absolutely chuffed with that performance. And hey, it was against Battle Arena Elites, no less as well, that made it into those final stages that they had to try and duke it out with. And it looks as though Battle Arena Elites, they will be placing third in both matches as well. So almost identical in how things turn out, except that Hype managed to get a little bit further than BAE this time. And yeah, Neferhor unfortunately not able to spot out the prone figure there from Answers, who was ever so patient, and looks like Hype will be able to get that second spot.
Yeah, and this was an interesting round at the very end where there's very little cover except for the small little hill or a big bump in the middle of nowhere, if you might want to call it. And with this sort of back-to-back win for Tactical Rape, where do they stand by the end of it all? It definitely is quite a round for them, and so far we haven't really seen any teams that pull off back-to-back wins. Yes, we did see 2 chicken dinners for certain teams in a singular day, but what a way to really close out Arangel by the end of it all. And once again, congratulations Africa, Black Rose, Darjiba, and Rixis for taking another victory.
Yeah, epic performance coming out from them to really clutch things out right at the end. But Rixis, I think this was definitely his game, as he did manage to get the 5 kills here to really carry the team right at the end, and getting those crucial knocks there, especially against Sophia, which kind of turned the tide quite well. So with that, I do believe that that comes to a close here for our third match of the day. That means we will be moving on to Miramar in just a few moments, as we're going to be getting all the players ready here to load in for our next game. So we'll be taking a short break, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll see you in just a few moments later.
Rolling down the lonely roads of Sanhok is PUBG's latest feature, a heavily armored loot truck carrying a treasure trove of gear for those persistent enough to take it down. But where can you find these trucks? What loot do they offer? And how do you stop them? Loot trucks spawn exclusively on Sanhok and originate from one of several garages located around the island. When the match starts, up to 4 of these garages will release a truck, which travels roads around the island until taken down by players. Up to 4 trucks will roam the island at a time, and another will be spawned each time one is destroyed, up to a maximum of 8 total trucks per match. These heavily armored behemoths require a large assault to take down, and will push anything in their path out of the way. They can even resist the force of other vehicles running into them. In fact, the only way to stop a loot truck's movement is by deploying spike strips, though even then the pause is only temporary. Still, a stationary target is easier to hit than a moving one. Loot trucks take decreased damage due to their heavy armor, but they do have some vulnerabilities. Attacking the trucks from the sides will deal increased damage, and explosive weapons such as the Panzerfaust, which now spawns in Sanhok, pack a heavy punch against these trucks as well. As the trucks take damage, they'll drop containers of loot, and give even more once destroyed completely. This loot can contain level 3 gear, and weapons already kitted out with attachments. There are even 4 specially skinned weapons from a historic moment in Sanhok's past. One quick note, loot truck explosions are no minor thing, so make sure you give them some room when they finally go boom. Every shot fired is a signal to enemy teams, so you'll need tactics, persistence, and speed to take them down and safely loot their treasures. These trucks often travel through the reworked towns of the island, so start here if you want a little more cover while you take them down. Loot trucks are spawning now on Sanhok, so grab your team, some explosives, and a lot of ammo, and drop in today.
Welcome back once again, and now we're taking things to a different turf as we will be heading in towards our Miramar rounds here to close off day number 5. Of course, the penultimate day before tomorrow. That's where we will see who will be the grand champions of the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. My name is Aaron Carter Chan. With me is Player of the J, also known as Jay Lim, and of course, big thanks to all of you guys that have been tuning in for the past couple of days, and also for those of you guys who are tuning in for today itself. And of course, we have PUBG Corporation, Geek Events, KK Revolution, as well as Casa Effect bring you all the good stuff here that's about to happen. Play of the J, man, 2 back-to-back wins for Tactical Rape. Such a tremendous round for them, as well as we'll be checking out this leaderboard for match number 23.
Yeah, then again, it was a very good back-to-back win there for Rib, and the standings look pretty similar in the sense that Battle Arena Elites, though, through sheer number of kills, they're going to be overtaking the likes of Tactical Rib to take the total the greater number of points in that match. They're going to get 16 kills on the way to the 21 by the end there, and yeah, Battle Arena at least falling short at the end. It was definitely a better engagement taken by Tactical Raib right at the end. And they were able to deliver in spades. Tactical Raib, though, with the 16 points here, is going to help them tremendously move further up the standings as they were on the cusp of getting into the top 8 and see if they can push them back. But we'll see how that looks a bit later on. Acer Esports doing pretty well for themselves, as is PMA. They both get 9 points apiece. Team Hype, again, they will be getting second place here, and the placement points are going to help them substantially in an otherwise less than ideal game by their own standards. Bad Boys Gaming, they were very prominent figures there, but unfortunately their engagements were a little bit they were stretched a bit too thin, trying to take too many engagements at once with PMA, the like of the Rejects, and also BAE later on. So that was a little bit difficult for them, but yeah, they still managed to get some great results here. FFG and CGM Wolf will round up the top 8.
Indeed, and we saw a really good display of defense coming from Bad Boys Gaming up till the very latest stages of the game. The Rejects, though, they did survive quite some time, but they got taken out without any kills, leaving them with only 1 point to work with, which was quite unfortunate for them as well. But of course, the highlight round was given towards CGM Wolf, this time with Slide AD with K-Mine action, or what I call K-Mine Kaze, as he also hopped out of the vehicle to really eliminate the entirety of 24K Esports.
Yeah, definitely a way to go out with a bang there. But yeah, he's going to be happy with that one. Hopefully, it spurs the team on here to bigger and brighter things. So let's take a look at the overall standings and see how the overall leaderboard is going to be looking. Battle Arena Elites, of course, still going to be in the lead here, breaking the 300-point barrier with 311. That is quite the total. 200. They break the 200 kill barrier as well, and they look absolutely insurmountable.
Man, if the Rejects get left behind this game, I'm thinking that it might just be a 100-point gap between number 1 and number 2 place. This is one of the biggest gaps that I've seen from the top contending teams in a single tournament thus far. But hey, Team Hype, they've been moving up and up to really chase against the Rejects, and even PMA stands a real solid chance at the moment. Team Max, however, of course, will have a little bit of that big sort of the gap between them as well as PMA. But CGM Wolf, one big round there, 4 kills to be exact, has pushed themselves back in towards 6th place. Well, there's only a point difference between them as well as Tactical Rape, as well as 24K, but we see a really big move coming into the ladder. But as for Tactical Raid, this is what they get for getting 2 chicken dinners back to back to put them on the top half.
Exactly, and now they are challenging for these top spots. They will probably be eyeing, well, sixth place for sure, but also Team Max if they can continue with this performance. But CGM Wolf with those 4 kills, they denied the ability for 24K Esports to improve. They were on equal footing before on 114. So that's definitely going to be good for CGM Wolf. So can this be a turning point? We'll have to wait and see, and hopefully they are going to be able to deliver. Revive team, after jumping into the top half of the table, is going to be pushed straight back down, despite the fact that they managed to get that very first win of the day. So this could be something that we need to monitor very closely. And there's still teams with 100 plus points all the way up to that 12th position.
And the way through the table, this is where everything keeps moving from game to game. So we'll keep our tabs throughout the entirety of this evening here to see who will be able to be the better team in the mid-table to, at least get themselves nearer towards the top 5. Of course, there's a little bit of that invisible ceiling upon some of these teams that they really need some really impressive rounds to really wow the entirety of the tournament. But let's have a look. This is our top fraggers of map 23 with Neferhor and Sophia, both BAA players getting 6 kills each.
Yeah, they survived towards the later stages, and yeah, they were going to be handsomely rewarded for it. But of course, they worked for it. Wasn't given for free, but unfortunately, we're not able to claim those last few ones in the form of the tactical raid players or answers from Team Hype. So unfortunate for them. Rixus, though, he came out clutch in this game for his team, as he was able to get the majority of their kills and get a total of 5 here in this game. Savior, going to be the first time that we see him in these charts. It's good to see him feature in this sense again, as Friendly Fire Gaming having a decent game here and 4 kills coming out from him.
And Xavier, of course, he managed to close the chapter upon a team that they were facing out in the open field. If I'm not mistaken, it might have been the Vitas that they were challenging earlier, where he really had a really good spray, even with a couple of his members being not quite out in the open, as he managed to really save the day. So that's all for our top fraggers of map 23. We'll be looking forward to see who will be on this chart here in the top 5 fragger boards for map 24. Of course, we talk about a changing of pace now. The players get to relax a little bit in these early phases of Miramar. Of course, they can't really rest on their laurels just yet, because rotations very key inside of these really big and wide open fields for them to really play out from. So I'm expecting to see maybe a different winner to come by, or can Tactical Raid come in with yet another win to really secure a crazy streak that has never been done before in the grand finals of Korea Chicken Dinners in a row.
Yeah, I mean, that would be an epic way to see the record being achieved, especially here. We're in the business end already here of the grand finals, and last chances really for teams to make up the differences if they so desire to. But again, it's going to be a tall order. Let's see what happens, because winning 2 rounds in a row in Erangel, that's fine. But of course, you go to Miramar, that will be a little bit of a curveball in a sense that you have to really see if you can maintain that level of pacing. You have to kind of shift gears a little bit for Miramar. That's kind of why that whenever you watch competitive PUBG, you have the maps in different blocks. You play all your Erangel games together, you play your Miramar, and maybe you might have a dash of Sanhok, but that hasn't featured since the earlier part of this year. But hopefully expect to see that in the near future.
Yeah, but of course, nothing is impossible, as they are looking to break those boundaries here, whether it's a change of map or scenery for some of these teams. I guess they have finally found their winning form, and perhaps that's the tactics that has been brought in for today has the hours of studying. But of course, my speculations will be put to question, as we'll be heading in towards our first round of Miramar. This is game number 4 for day number 5 here, as we'll be looking to see what sort of epic plays will be brought out on the table once again by all the players that are playing in the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. We're taking this flight from the top corners of La Cabrera down south and towards the open fields of South Los Leones.
Absolutely, and let's see if we're still going to be getting our top central circle as is tradition. That always tends to build at least a little bit more of the muscle memory for teams, to be able to do the same rotations as is necessary, albeit with slightly different flight paths to cater for. But now we are going to be seeing still kind of the same drop patterns here. Always Team Hype does always have a pretty good start dropping in San Martin, given how the circles have been over the course of these 5 days that we've seen. But we'll see if the trend is going to be continuing. There's going to be a number of teams going for Los Leones. It's not just going to be 24K, but Hurahara, they're on and off dropping here. But there is going to be the presence of Area 51.
And I would say that this is going to be a little bit tricky for them to really move out from. We've seen this happen yesterday when they were playing inside of Miramar, but of course there wasn't really too many options on the table in terms of the towns that they could actually go in with this sort of western-centric flight heading in towards the south. So Sophia is going to be able to pick one up from across the corner, as this is going to be the same strat that has been used by BAE, having him to scout out a hit, or should I say just occur maybe a bike for himself to really rejoin towards Minas Generalis.
Absolutely. As I think in that particular game that you're making reference to, we weren't sure whether this was part of the plan or he DC'd or it was AFK for some reason and got dropped out later on, but I guess it's all part of the plan here for BAE. See how he manages with it. So far he has been able to deal with the pressure and the solidarity, no problem, as even socially distancing with his teammates, it seems.
Yeah, hope he's doing pretty well all by himself there, though, without any sort of assistance. But judging from the flight path, nobody seems to be heading in towards Puerto Paraiso, so he should be pretty much well alive for the next couple of minutes. So, as we look into towards the entirety of the program, of course, we got to talk about Battle Arena Elites really making it look pretty easy. Of course, it's definitely not in a competitive setting. I really wonder what goes through the minds of BAE throughout the entirety of the tournament as they get very high frag volumes per game, which is definitely quite a tall task to many of us who even have difficulties securing these chicken dinners in a public game.
Oh, absolutely. Of course, competitive PUBG is a completely different animal when we are comparing it to our public games. That's for sure. And it's also a lot harder just because of the level of preparedness from all these teams. They know exactly what they're doing and what kind of tactics that they want to come out with. And it goes without saying that everyone here has got the capability to frag out if they are so granted the opportunity. So I think, of course, what is going to be setting them from the rest of the crop is definitely the amount of cohesion the squad has, the communication, and you get that through a lot of experience, not just from training, but also from all the past scrims, tournaments, everything that has brought you up to that point in time. So that's always going to be quite a combination to really get the best results out, and that's why not everyone can be super consistent, never mind the fact that it is a battle royale at the end of the day. But that's why it's always so fascinating when you see a team like Battle Arena Elites being able to consistently deliver when it matters most.
Yeah, they've been churning impressive results, which I really do hope if they make it into its PCS2, they can bring the exact same sort of gameplay to be facing off against the APAC teams out there. Well, Bad Boys Gaming so far has been having a pretty good start to really hit into its Hacienda directly, but Team Max here, they might have a run-in.
Oh dear, and it does look like they're going to hightail it out of there. Not exactly the speediest of J turns, but Mushi has gotten the message that he's not going to be welcome right there. PMA also currently on the move. They are going to see that the way ahead of them is not the clearest, but that's why they have dreams being the vanguard here with the motorbike. There's already going to be some of these the long range pressure being put onto the surrounding areas, and the rejects, they really need to pick up their socks as they didn't even get a single kill in the previous round despite the kind of positioning that they had, and the only point that they managed to get was actually from a rank point.
And it seems like they kind of gassed out in the previous game where usually you see the rejects, they have a really good start of the day, and then halfway through the stamina kind of runs a little bit drier than the rest of the teams. It has been in the same sort of a way. We do have a graph for the past couple of days where they did achieve those sort of chicken dinner moments, and there are also points where at the very end of the day they had that sort of a good form to still bring in maybe a good round. So, but as for 24K Esports today, very rough day for them, especially Bio62. He hasn't really come up online just yet.
No, and yeah, definitely 24K. We've seen what happens when Bio62 is not exactly firing on all cylinders, and even if he is, it's not always a guarantee that they're going to be able to come out with it. Oh, but this could be a little bit interesting here. There's going to be Neferhor coming up on the compound, currently occupied by the entirety of CJ and Wolf, but looks like another Wolf will get on the board here, and it's going to be at the expense of Mushi. This Team Max is trying to do what they can, see if they can get him into a better spot, but Kenny is going to be taken down next.
Man, Old Man has covered quite a lot of Ranger with many of all these members of 24K really being tagged from across the distance, while Hillfox literally climbing this hill here to sniff them out. And as he draws things to close proximity, there will be a little bit more movements coming out, but maybe Hillfox will be able to take that sneak peek here to really put in those lead to those vehicles. This is going to be a good catch here. Oh, what a shred down here as he sends Ezo flying once again.
24K not having the best of luck today at all, as two players gonna get taken down already. And Team Max, they've been weathering quite the storm here from long range. Now Huruhara is trying to weigh in, but it looks like Downey is gonna finally finish, or at least get the knock there onto Hillfox. It looks like the Dukes, as though, is actually going to be able to steal the kill. So I think PMA is going to be a little bit mindful of who is really trying to impact their overall scoreline. Now Miracle trying to see if he can find these other 24K players. Now, Los Leones, for some reason, is still inside the zone, despite the fact that we're playing on Miramar and it's the PUBG Singapore Malaysia series.
Oh yeah, and a whole lot of all these circles really went up north, and it's great to see the change of movements of the circle to be headed towards different parts of the map, as we are having those while really holding on towards the same compound for quite a long time. To be having this long-range traits all across, and Demon Eater is hanging by the rooftops. Hopefully nobody picks him off from that position.
Right now, Cryptid gonna still be in the game here to really hang out with it. And now let's see how the circle's gonna shift. And looks as though that we're heading very much towards Minas Generales. So definitely gonna be familiar territory for the likes of BAE. This is definitely one of their proving grounds that we tend to see them, and we can already see the rotations coming out from them, trying to reposition and get into a better spot. This is a significant shift. So it's rare that even like Battle Arena Elites, or rather Bad Boys Gaming, is already going to be in a decent spot, and they're already putting pressure onto the rotations.
And we do see Vitez also getting a really good perspective from the top side of the hill of Minas Generales, so maybe if they hang in a little bit longer, they'll be able to catch a couple of rotators there. BAE, we're just having some slight changes to their direction of due to the circle being so close by to their hometown. This is going to be Slide AD hoping to pull off another K-Mine play. Not really having a finishing move right with that sort of spray, but today, of course, he had his golden moment, but we really want to see CGM Wolf get that chicken dinner. And by at the very least, throughout the entirety of the tournament, the Tactical Rape having some troubles.
Oh, but it looks like Noise here is going to get knocked down. Tactical Rape going in for the audacious plays, but then again, they can afford to. There's no one else around here from Revive Team, but they are on the way and they are out for a bit of revenge, but their approach is not exactly going to be all that silent. In Black Rose here, going to be able to confirm that one. Going to continue onwards, look for a better position as the rest of Revive Team moving in. Smart plays, not necessarily needing to take that fight in these early stages, but now CGM Wolf can potentially put the hurt on the PMA and gatekeep them ever so slightly.
CGM Wolf having a really good start here. Probably will be securing some kills if they may, as they are trying to gatekeep whoever is coming across towards this side. And speaking of CGM Wolf, they are starting off with the circle upon them as well, so they really have this entirety of the section pretty much well versed like the back of their hands to really gatekeep whoever's going to be coming across. While Furuhara has got some challenges up ahead as AT-14. They arrive to the scene and immediately getting poked by all these bullets coming from all directions. And we got to bid them goodbye.
Oh man, that was a lot of damage right there, and it looks like Furuhara's invasion is going to get completely rebuffed here. They are going to take down Kamon though, so that's a little bit of loss for Area 51. But in all things considered, definitely going to be worth while as they're going to be able to sustain longer here in this game. It does look like there's still going to be quite a bit of teams still moving in from Los Leones Revive Team, and also Tactical Rape still got some distance to go to get into a decent spot, but they might be timing it right now so that at the start of the next zone, they're going to just be able to head straight away. Oh, look at the long delivery shot there. Josea is going to be able to repel Makoyo. What happened there? I think the CGM Wolf players here separated for some reason, and yeah, not having any backup to deal with it. And it's not like this is going to be inside phase 3 anyways.
Yeah, I felt like he should stick with the rest of the teammates right there, and that definitely was one of the tougher things hanging by the corner with the close combat action against Josiah. And I gotta say, Josiah really escaped with that sliver of health. One more bullet would be seeing him being knocked down on the floor instead. So kind of like a 50-50 trade coming in, while of course he doesn't seem to be all good face, especially when you still have a little bit more members that were taking the way. Wolf here having a tit for tat, and it seems like Wolf will be the victor here between the trades.
Oh, it lands the shot on the poly, and luckily for him, that wasn't. He might still have his helmet, but yeah, it's going to be a little bit on the red side, I would believe. Now we are really playing around. Minas Generales has shifted up north here, and Battle Arena Elites already trying to get a little bit more information here on the eastern side. Currently, Flood trying to act on the information that the Area 51 players trying to ingress into the compound. They're going to be getting a little bit of shelter just in the nick of time. And not a lot of momentum coming out here from BAE as they're going to just lock things down for the moment.
Downey just sliding down towards the corners of the hill here by the edge of Minas Generalis. He's pulling back a little bit more of the angles, while Flood here spots himself perhaps a potential victim. And he's taking two teams at once. A very ambitious move that they are scoping in towards the side of Area 51 with a little bit more of these movements coming from Team Max as well. A lot of bullets flying up in the air, while there is a lot of noise being created by Tactical Rape as they won't be able to knock one down. That vehicle's going to be smoking up. That Mirado perhaps might be ditched eventually, but High Darkness, gets a lot of kills towards the side of CGM Wolf.
Oh man, he is absolutely devastating the CGM Wolf players, but there is going to be a revive team engaging here with the rejects, and it looks like M0, he's going to get thirsted down. Anga is also going to be crawling on all fours, but oh, looks like PMA is starting to push into Cryptid, as now they only have the 2 players left, Basri and Essie here, but they are a bit further north. We're not able to really stop the impending doom coming in from the PMA players, as they are moving in very slowly on that western side. But now ACR Esports getting into a bit of a better spot. FFG, look, they're so scattered around here, but they're still able to take a lot of these fights, like what we saw from Die Darkest against the Wolf.
Double J tapping in towards the smokes right here. No results coming out of it whatsoever. And they are still by the corner of the circle here. Well, we have to take a look in towards how phase 5 will be treating Area 51. Well, members across the fields here for Acer looking a little bit concerned, while PMA only got 1 kill to boot so far, as they are going to be having some tough times with the rotations, with the circle really moving far in towards the corners of Junkyard.
Yeah, and seemingly they can't really catch a break, as it's already still forcing them to continue to move onwards. But at least they do have a little bit of mobility open to them. Slidey is coming up behind here. So again, he's going to be the last surviving team member from CBM. Well, not sure if this is going to work out as well as the last one, but Elliot seemingly having the kitchen sink thrown at him. He has no luck whatsoever. A plethora of lead heading his way, with a grenade to add the cherry on top.
Oh man, that is a big feels bad moment for Elliot. Like, they don't really need to expend every single thing that they have. Like, FFG could have given them a break, but here goes the rejects. Oh man, he gets spotted out. Maggie, no!
Oh dear, and Spaggy, his survivability today has not been fantastic, as we have seen him been able to clutch out both yesterday and the day before that in singular fashion, but not able to sustain into the later stages for the rejects so far today. Now, there is going to be Weekend having that high ground advantage. Now, FFG, they're looking to take the fight here, but Savior is going to get knocked down. Bozo as well. He jumped out a bit too soon here, and now it looks like 3 of the players are going to get wiped out straight away. Aoki going to be a little bit too far away to help.
My jaw just dropped in that very moment where we saw them crashing to the wall, and of course, Savior didn't really have a good time with that. Really crazy ride that he just had. Speaking of a crazy ride, there's another one coming from the hills, and he's crashing into the compound as well. Acer Esports has some special deliveries. Well, this is going to be a big push here. A lot of hand shots, but they'll die down on the ground when Dreamfight arrives to the scene. Well, this time they hold in better as compared to Friendly Fire Gaming FFG.
Oh, the place by Dreams, he was able to catch out Josiah. He didn't spot him out. He's already at the building, but now PMA, they have managed to take the shingle, so to speak, here at the compound. And now there's only time for a little bit of reset, heal up a bit before they decide to challenge these last 2 ACR Esports members. Aoki gonna be a bit further away, not wanting to get further involved with the proceedings here, but it looks like Batman is gonna finally catch out Slidey D. That is the last player from CGM Wolf, and it's gonna expire right now. But PMA is doing their systematic clear here, and really waiting to catch out the last member. They're just gonna boost up ever so much more before they push for this last fight. And not to mention, phase 5 is going to appear, so you don't want to fight just before circles are revealed. And then they kill the Demon Eater.
Very swift move coming in, and of course, PMA always taking decisive actions when they go in for those invasion. And Ghostly Boy will be able to get one onto his crosshair as well. Vites now by the edge of the factories of Minas Generalis. It's going to be a very steep hill to really go down from, and there's not much cover to really begin with. And Curifted, oh man, what an angle from below!
Yeah, Basri really pulling up the stops, and that's what the work is like. Where did that come from? You know, this is like completely bizarre to say the least, but that is always the danger of playing around Minas Generales, is there's always a plethora of angles available, as Spaggy also found out a little bit earlier on, as Vita's exploited on that one. But now PMA having fully confirmed that this particular building is free, they're wondering about clearing everything else, and after a bit of investigation, Vitas has managed to find out the last cryptid player. He's going to expire right there after getting completely stormed by all 4 of them.
PMA now moving across the open fields here. This is going to be a death wish here, if I must say, but Downey's trying his luck. Okay, at least they're just getting by the edge of the zone, but this is still an open field for some of these other players to really snipe them off from. Speaking of sniping, oh my, Wolf as well as Cheesy Kimbap, they're going to be able to actually knock out players from Vitesse.
Oh, the nades coming out from Battle Arena Leads is dealing a lot of damage. RJ got forced out of cover, and he's going to get picked off by Flood. That was orchestrated in scintillating fashion there. And now we're seeing Vitas getting eliminated here after the combination of fire from all angles. Acer Esports finally going to get caught out. Abdul will fall to the likes of Bad Boys Gaming. Revive team not faring much better here, as Sheikh Ducky is going to be on just a few HP, as this is really descending into a little bit of chaos. And yeah, BAE definitely reaping the whirlwind in the process.
Well, Tactical Rape's streak of chicken dinners have been halted right here while they were biting the dust by the edge of the blue zone. Now that update is being so cruel to all these players that are playing inside of this circle right now. Batman gets a pick off against Bio62. Once again, this is quite a challenging moment for 24K Esports. Well, PBG, they do have this good compound that they could leverage on for the moment. As Area 51, they got all these vehicles parked by the edge. They're perfectly covered from the crosshairs of Nephra and Flood. So that's definitely a good start to begin with. Only 8 teams remain and 40 more seconds before we hit towards phase number 7.
It looks like we're going to be seeing a shift over towards that eastern side. Hype is going to be really pleased with this one, as is Battle Arena Elite. But let's see how they're going to be fighting against one another, because it looks like Area 51, though, is where the Battle Arena Elite players are currently focusing their attention. But, oh, looks like Loki's going to find out live action on that northern side. But, Sophia, pretty happy to leave him to it, as he's just going to continue watching for any potential action from Area 51.
Oh, here comes a little bit of a drive-by here from Area 51 to perhaps get a little bit more defensive terrain. But Cheesy Kimbap, you will be able to get the pick over the side of PMA. Same goes to Bio62 as he will knock out Dreams YR. And here comes the cavalry as well. DR wants to butt right in. Nephra coming from the distance to try to tap away members of the side of Area 51. Everyone's going on a frenzy here, especially Nephra. They are looking at this entirety of this section here to be able to get those kills.
PMA not surviving from there, as they're all going to get picked up, as everyone really just trying to clear out on that southern side, as Area 51 getting really stuck in here with the likes of Bad Boys Gaming. But now the rejects, having already eliminated PMA, they're going to be moving down and into the Revive team players. Polly finally taking down Badman here, so I'm not sure what kind of squad strength that really the rejects are going to be able to offer here. I think they only have 2 players remaining in this game through M0 and Cheesy Kimbap.
And as we move in towards the corners of the slums, we are looking at Area 51 wanting to clean house against the Bat Boys. Bio62 will nail down the rejects, and I believe that will be the end for TR for the moment, as they will have to wait for the next game to really prove themselves against Battle Arena Elite. So another flash being popped up. This might just be a pretty advantageous for them, but oh my, they might have missed out a couple of all these angles here, but Messi wants to push right in. Oh, this is going to be looking quite dicey for both teams.
Pauly taking quite a bit of damage. He's going to be hiding out behind the building. He's going to have enough time to get the heals off. Battleman buying enough time for his teammate. Now, Polly is going to be meeting up with him, but the nade from Messi is going to be perfect. These are going to be typical spots. He can't sit there, and he's going to clean up Polly as well for good measure. So good moves coming out from the Area 51 players. They can move onwards and still have quite a good squad strength, but here's a team that's got good squad strength. 4 players still alive for Battle Arena Elites. As now Revive's team, only the 2 in the center, is gonna still try and give a little bit more resistance for Area 51 for them to move out from the concrete building.
Now, with the circle really going against their favor, they have to push through Revive team, which has only a duo to really outlast the entirety of the competition. Sophia is going to be able to knock one towards Messi, as he says, "ET, go home," while Neferhor, of course, helps him in the process as well. And BAE, so far, 3 frags. They are going to be trying to stack up towards their usual records. Oh, what a shot from Sophia!
Woo! The burst fire there was all that was needed from Sophia to take him down. And yeah, you could put that in the highlight reel as well. But now it looks like a Revive team. Oh, the nade there from Sophia. Absolutely perfect. And now looking to put the finishing touches. They're just chucking as much utility as they can right now. Sophia going to claim the kill there. Because now Anga is all that separates them from elimination. But he's going to get shot out by who else? Flood.
Oh man, these guys are just way too good. Like, it's not only Sophia, it was also Neferhor who got himself nearly a 1-tap right there. Bio62 getting punished by Neferhor. The moment I speak about Neferhor, oh my goodness!
Oh man, that is all them playing at the top of their game. And there was a hole in the door. That's how they actually saw them in the first place, and they just decided to chuck a ton of stuff through them. And I do believe we're back down to the old battle of Battle Arena Elites versus Team Hype, and it's 4-on-4 battle. This is perfect, as now we'll see how is this final circle going to be shaping things up for this final battle.
Well, I guess Battle Arena Elites has definitely had a lot of peekaboo ICU moments right there to really get those kills. And now going for the peaks once again against Robinoid across the corners here. And I just like how each one is taking the north and south side as if it was some kind of civil war going on as well. While Robinoid going in for a little bit of the movements here. Unfortunately, the Sia will definitely not give them much coverage in terms of defense.
Loki's taking quite a bit of damage there. Gonna have to lick his wounds ever so much, but everyone seemingly inside the zone right now. But it does look like Battle Arena Elites does have a little bit more leeway here, because right now Hype is pretty much on the edge of the circle, and at the same time they're all here at the crest of this hill. They can't exactly move a little bit further forward. So right now with Battle Arena Elites, oh, nice shots from live action. But yeah, with Battle Arena Elites closer to the center, this could allow them to win out in the long term in Phase 9.
And then, of course, with 1 man down, Battle Arena Elites have to go in for the pickup there. They do have a little bit more time to work with. 35 seconds on the clock before we hit in towards Phase 9, which, of course, only gives them 10 seconds before making a move. And I hope that this circle zooms all the way in towards the center instead of siding either side of the parties that is contending for the chicken dinner here to really put them on the spot to see who will be the one getting better at this sort of a trade-in. And Battle Arena Elites slowly moving right in as they are trying to squeeze through. Oh, another knock going in for Robinoid.
Oh, that is going to be very decisive here, as Loki's is also still taking more damage. So this is a lot. There's a lot of chip damage going on here. The nade from Answers is going to reach Neferhor, and that is going to give them the man advantage here in the later stages. But yeah, their armor has got to be so damaged and chipped right now. Look at the shots landing here for Hype. The height advantage is to be weighing in on this fight, and now the utility is working out as Loki's has to try and deal with this. I don't even think Loki's has any more armor left to speak of.
Yeah, and now that it's going to be shrinking all the way in towards the street, this is where they really have to set up all the smokes to really protect themselves and never taking too much of the brunt of the damage coming in from the side of the Hive. Now it's going to be them having the advantage. This grudge match here between these two teams has been never ending. Yesterday we saw Big Red. Oh, what a nade there! It just misses by a couple of inches away from answers. Well, Flood here having already 3 kills alongside with Sophia with 4. They are hoping to close this big round here, but Hive, they need these points. They want to cut in towards the second place. And first, it's gonna be Robin on your ACP clutches it against Loki's. And now it's only Flood left, the MVP for most of these rounds. He might be able to get some damage done, and he will try to put those set. And Hive here will get this winner chicken dinner in Miramar.
What an amazing team fight coming out from the likes of Hype, as they really managed to win out against Battle Arena Elites, who have been so strong for the entirety of these series. But Hype, they've also been coming, they've also turned up to play here, and they've really shown it with aplomb. They won their first 2 vital picks there. Oh, well, never mind about the original one as well, that they managed to get the man advantage, but undeniably belonging to Hype there. Well done on that win, as thoroughly deserved. Answers John Shout, Live Action, and Robinoid all weighing in, as that's truly a sight to behold, as they were getting all the initial damage as well done onto BAE, which to winning out later on when they could get even more of the vital picks, more of the armor getting chipped away, so on and so forth.
My goodness, what a game. A legendary round for Team Hype here, who have really put in so much tremendous effort to achieve this win. And so far, we are looking for one more big game here to close off the entirety of the evening here at the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series before we head into our final day tomorrow. Of course, my name is Contra, alongside with Play of the J. We'll be getting in towards our last map real soon, right after the short commercial break.
Behold, the beautiful island of Sanak. This cap of land is home to lush vegetation, rustic communities, and plenty of sights for the eager tourists to take in. Here's one now, blazing up the trails on the sturdy and reliable Tukshai. Just look at him go. But Sanak wasn't always the pinnacle of Battlegrounds locales. Just like everywhere else, it had to evolve and grow to stay relevant as Battlegrounds rules evolved for a more exciting match. From the hidden bunkers and war-torn fields of Erangel, to the A la Muerte Vamos racetrack on Miramar. From Vikendi's Dino Land and Frozen Lakes, to Black Zones of Karakin. There's a variety of Battlegrounds for everyone to enjoy. Some even have their own special features. Pick up the Panzerfaust and sticky bombs to blow some holes in destructible walls on Karakin. Ooh, watch out for that backblast. The motor glider on Erangel and Miramar lets contestants soar to new heights. Be sure to pick up the Mosin Nagant on Vikendi before you board the top-of-the-line locomotive. Convenient vending machines drop boost items on Miramar, and if you're quick enough, you can drive the Golden Murano. What a beauty. Just don't blow those tires running over a spike strip. Some folks remember a time before grabbing onto ledges was permitted in the official rules. A contestant fleeing the blue zone would leap for a ledge, only to remember it was an illegal action. Ooh, that's gotta sting. Luckily, vaulting and ledge grabbing were eventually made legal, and the Battlegrounds match excitement increased significantly. Weapons especially have been upgraded time and time again to keep matches fresh and fun. Let's check in with these 2 contestants. Say that, which firearms are you fellas using? Well, those are fine weapons, but you're not making the most of them. Here, try this stock for your M16, and this red dot for your micro Uzi. We've made attachments easy to equip, so now they can slot automatically when you loot them. You can even quick swap them to new weapons you pick up. Gee, thanks, mister. Now you 2 run along and kill each other. Those 2 could have used some more time on Camp Jackal, our prestigious training area, to learn how to properly use weapons and attachments, not to mention all other facets of the Battlegrounds. For those who prefer to practice on live targets, arcade mode gives you a different way to play, including the fan-favorite Team Deathmatch. Communication is key on the battlegrounds, so we've made it easier to share your plans with teammates, regardless of language. Spot pings and quick markers give information quickly and easily. You can even let allies know which supplies you need. Speaking of supplies, the best gear on the island is just a signal away when using a flare gun. Call in a special care package that contains crate weapons and gear, or the heavily armored and amphibious BRDM-2 transport. You there, you're leaving a valuable tool laying around. That gas can used to only refuel vehicles, but can now be used to set fiery and explosive traps. He's over here, fellas. Now wait for it, and blammo! Why, there's even a tool to deal with those pesky building campers. One stick of C4 is all it takes to send them scattering into the open, making them such an easy target that even little Timmy could pick them off. It's fun for the whole family. For those looking to prove what they're made of, Survival Mastery, Weapon Mastery, and the new Ranked Mode are all available to show the world you have what it takes, no matter the discipline. There are even special rewards for Ranked Mode that you can't get anywhere else, so rank up while the season is active. Yes, my friend, the battlegrounds continue to evolve, and Sanhok is getting the royal treatment with Season 8. Expect to see more on the loot truck, decoy grenade, and secret history of the legendary Sanhok 4 as Season 8 draws on. For now, drop into your favorite battleground and enjoy all the content PUBG has to offer. We'll see you next time.
哇，4、5个急救吗？这个我呀
！Level 3 vests and helmets with the.
What the f? 이렇게? 아치! 조금 많은데 조금.
Oh, what? Duncan's M4? No!
Yeah, baby! Whoa!
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. I'm Play of the J. Joining me is none other than Aaron Contra Chan, and we are about ready here to have our final game of the day. We just had one cracker just now, as we did see that the likes of Hype were able to get one over their nemesis, aka Battle Arena Elites.
That's right, and that was definitely a feast for sore eyes right there to see how two teams really can just execute some really exemplary moves upon another. And it was Hype with the opening there that managed to get that knock on towards Nefer. And not only that, after they were going in for the pickup, they expected him to be res near towards the same spot, and that's where that big fire in the hole really landed upon Nefer again. Of course, Battle Arena Elites depleted to only 3 members left. Then slowly things start to fall apart from that moment where it gets incredibly hectic.
and 24K Esports. 24K Esports doing better than they have for quite some time already. They really needed to get those points on the board to really stave off the challenge in the overall standing.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of 4-pointer in the back for some of these teams here. 3 points for Vitesse Tactical Rape, CJM Wolf for 1 point alongside with Team Max, as well as Huruhara, while Crifted gets a nil out of his matchup here, pretty unfortunately, where they had correctly here.
They are licking their lips at the anticipation of being able to get one step closer to reducing the lead of Battle Arena leads to back below 100 points. We'll see how that shapes up a bit later on. PMA also going to be breaking that 200 points barrier. So really great results coming out from all of these guys here, as they are looking to really put the icing on the cake as we are about to finish off this date number 5. And then we've had quite the grueling competition so far. 24 matches have been played, and we would have played 30 by end of tomorrow. And that is way more than maybe what some of these teams are more than accustomed to having. Just for a measure, our qualifiers were only 15 rounds.
Yeah, I hope that some of these players are not burned out yet. Well, Sophia definitely shows no signs of stopping alongside Robin like Flood. And of course, it's going to be a brand new name here that we are looking at, Messi with the 3 kills. But welcome back, Bao62, as this is going to be the 3K club. While Sophia says, hey, I'm just going to get one little extra cure to top the board.
Yeah, and well, again, solid contributions coming out. Messi featuring here for Area 51, I think is the first time. So it's good to see other teams stepping up to the plate here as they really want to be able to deliver the goods for the fans. And again, 24K, they have to be thankful that even though it's only 3 kills, the team in general formed in the last nothing worse than having a team where everyone is succumbing to the pressure and not talking at all to each other. There's no communications during the game, and things just suffer as a result. I'm not sure how long that the reject players have been playing together, but who knows? Maybe this is just an exorbitant amount of time playing together. It can affect anyone, even the established teams.
And this is, of course, proving to be quite a test for all the teams that have been here throughout all the entirety of the runs. But as for certain other teams, they are really picking the pace up and really going at it. One such team is Tactical Rape today, who managed to get those two chicken dinners. And of course, I'm pretty sure they are feeling extremely rejoiced after having some drought there for the past couple of days there. And once they got that first chicken dinner, it's like, hey, I'm feeling under fire. And they get the second one. And even on the turkey itself, they got a decent 8th to 7th place finish.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, it's always going to be all of this, perseverance from the players and everything, the grit and determination, which is really going to be absolutely vital. You can definitely have your bad days, having a bad day or days. So it's sticking through that and persevering that when you come out the other side, when it comes to maybe day 4, day 5, you're going to be able to shift gears a little bit and still perform when it's necessary. But if you're in the gutter for the whole period and you don't know how to climb out, that's always going to be unfortunate to see, because everyone here, they're here for a reason, and it's always unfortunate to see that they're not able to demonstrate all the time that they are going to be having the stuff that really shows that they are deserving to be here.
And of course, a lot of all the players so far, even if they don't really make a mark on the standings on the top one board yet, they've been clawing their way throughout the gutter. And of course, some have really shined throughout the process in terms of individual plays as well. Yesterday was pretty much a lot of feast for people who really enjoy those solo showdowns. But today, a lot of technical plays come out from most of all these teams, and also those macro players. And not to forget what Sly just did to really close out 24K back in the final round of Arango.
For some of them as well is incredible, but of course the macro plays or even like the team fight plays, to me, will always come to the forefront as that's brilliance. Fantastic for the highlight reel. And the team play ones, I would say, we're seeing more of them more over the last couple days than we have maybe at the start. The teams are finding their footing and they're feeling very comfortable in being able to take fights one another. And these are the teams which are feeling very crispy, very on the ball, and know what's up. And they're going to be the exact kind of teams that each of the team members completely trust in the players sitting next to them, or sitting next to them. But yeah, that is definitely what is definitely what I'm enjoying quite immensely at the moment, just looking at all of these plays.
And of course, it takes a really high level of trust between these teammates to really cover fire, or even give in a little bit more support in really dire situations. So, of course, some of the other teams really have it going like clockwork, such as Team Hype in that very final standoff against Battle Royale. in towards Cabrera.
Absolutely, and it seems as though that we're seeing a lot of familiarity. I think old habits die hard rather than getting towards the end of the series and people deciding to maybe shaking things up a little bit, which normally you might actually see that, or maybe if it's a 2 or 3 day tournament, um, just to really have a little bit more impact on how the other teams are playing. But I think the these teams have kind of settled into a little bit of their comfort zone and looking, if anything, to more vary up how they approach the mid and their late game. So the early game is still going to be quite similar. Oh, I see a difference though. Crifted going to be very close by in Picado to PMA. They've been having that pretty much all to themselves here. But now it's going to be a little bit of a spanner in the works.
Maybe they're looking to float in towards Monte Nivo, but it's a very far stretch. If members of the side of PMA could pick up those guns on top of maybe Casino or even the office buildings, oh, they could have been a goner right there. But as we hit nearer towards the 2-minute mark, it seems to be that Curifted is going to be seemingly safe, while we are looking at Vitas here, having an unlikely tap coming in from the side of Daraja, but got himself that M16, but he is on iron sight, a little bit difficult to really put that lead to the head.
Could be worse. It could be the Scar L. I don't know. No, I think I can't handle the iron sights with the Scar L. So if I don't have that, I'm just probably gonna be rocking a SMG if I really need to use it. But now we are seeing the players here for FFG. They have had a mixed bag, I think, over the course of the day. They've had some nice engagements, and then they've had some big coin tosses. Like in the previous game, they crashed into the compound where ACR Esports were, and they got absolutely destroyed.
Well, as for some of all the teams that really got crushed out in the early stages, they should really reset their minds for the upcoming games. But of course, this game in particular being the last game of the day, I think that they really want to just make sure that they get either a whole lot of frags out of it, or they just survive till the very end. Now, as the circle moves up north once more inside of Miramar, we're seeing an empty field from across the Val all the way in towards the Oasis. So a pretty huge flock of crowd will be passing through St. Martin. That's where we're going to be expecting a whole lot more battles like how it used to be for the past couple of days.
That's true. I do feel, though, of course, the circle is a little bit shifted. That, yeah, we're going to see the northern side of San Martin up to water treatment being the key battlegrounds for now, unless we see some significant shifts here. But, yep, can always count on those northern circles to really give us a little bit more of a test for these teams for whether they're making a lot of the self-improvements here. So they should be well versed in being able to make it here. Right now we don't see anything in the kill feed, so Crifted must be not that close in actuality to the likes of PMA. All the way in Picado, so did see that could have been a potential flashpoint early on. Revive team already on the move here, as we're only just going to be seeing the first circle start to contract in just a few moments.
We're going to be setting our sights on towards both Revive Team and Era 51 already making an early move, and this is going to be good for A51 as they are just cutting through the eastern side, knowing that there's not much threat with the flight path really giving them a little bit of a hindsight of what they can expect out of that sort of rotation. While Vites is going to cruise in towards the corners of Crater. Oh, what a flip! Okay. A little bit of help here. I guess he doesn't need it.
Yep. So Nestle Burke, definitely not the first rodeo, so going to be able to continue onwards. Let's hope that not going to see too much in the way of fender benders as we continue onwards. But now everyone is firmly, or at least most of the teams are firmly in rotation already. Battle Arena leads among them. They always do like to make those early rotations, as is the Rejects but now we will be seeing that Area 51 is actually going to make use of that Eastern Coastal Road, and we haven't seen a lot of teams go through there. It's that they all go for more traditional rotations, but the shot's landing on a Badman. He's caught out in a bad spot here as his vehicle is also getting disabled, besides the fact that he's already taken one big shot to the head.
Oh my, it's a lot of bullets flying in the way, but he still gets one knock as he tries his best to defend himself. This vehicle hasn't burned up yet, but Anga might just be the game changer right here. He going proning. Oh, one more shot! It's a double coming in for Batman as M0 arrives at the scene. Gets that kill finisher. He takes out that pan. Oh, he's throwing it straight to his face.
Oh, John Shao gonna be taken down there in quite some style. One of the newer features to PUBG. But Badman, he's gonna take out vampires as well. Revive team, they botched this attack. Badman was in such a bad spot, but I think they got a little bit too overconfident with that particular engagement. And they're gonna lose 3 players for their troubles as well. Revive team has been a bit of a roller coaster today. But since their win, they've slowly been going down. And Noise, he's going to be the last player left. And I'm not sure how many points he's really going to be able to get for his team in this game.
And honestly, I didn't expect him to make it out alive for Batman. But at the very least, Noisy will be going in for some taps. Which means that the Rejects does not have that much time to loot off of his friends. Well, Noisy. Where he lost his helmet, so this sort of a long-range straight there will be a little bit risky if members of the Rejects would land that headshot.
Yeah, but right now it looks as though that they are not really putting too much stead into this particular fight. They are going to be just holding their distance. Again, Noise just trying to, take advantage of the situation, but nothing to take advantage of when all 3 of your teammates are already dead and looted. But now, vampires just expired, but I guess it was a foregone conclusion anyways. Bad Boys Gaming, though, they already managed to secure their spot and now going to be under a little bit of pressure.
Not just a tad bit, nothing too much that has resulted in anything substantial for the opposing side, but for the side of Aoki and FFG, they are by the corners of water treatment, and this seems to be pretty close to the center of the circle for the time being, but this is just phase 1. It can definitely shift it towards many other possibilities for sure, as Aoki repositions himself. As the enemies are behind the walls, I don't think that he will get anything out of it.
Yeah, and now we're seeing most of the teams have already managed to get inside the zone. There's only going to be Huruhara playing a little bit late. They tended to do that a little bit so far over on the Miramar side of things, but let's see if it's going to be working out for them. But now things are getting congested in the center. I think Rejects opening up onto CGM Wolf, who are getting up close and personal. It's actually Bad Boys Gaming, excuse me, as Zam, he's going to get taken down straight away, but they're going to get the refrag there on the Slide ED. But now, Pakoyo able to get the shot there. Polly should have been able to finish that down, but now things are getting absolutely treacherous in this close quarters battle. Allen's trying to move up, see what he could do to help his teammates, as Pasha, he's going to get taken down by Flood.
Oh man, what a bad timing for them to really get third-partied right here. Well, Pakoyo, of course, had some really sick reaction to that flick that he just pulled out there against BBG. Now, taking a little bit of shelter there on the opposing end, it's going to be the other member of the side of BBG to perhaps hold fort. But a lot of all these utilities have been already burned out from, as Allen goes in for the push, as this will be the very end for Bad Boys Gaming for today.
Oh, so that costs 2 players there for CG and Wolf. Hopefully it's going to be worthwhile. But now Area 51 trying to continue onwards, but they're going to get caught out a little bit here by 24K, but they managed to put enough distance between them. Luckily in the nick of time, but now Huruhara facing trouble as PMA. They already managed to get 1 kill through Dreams. They're looking to get another. Looks like might have a chance for your hope for an Oasis finish, though it might be a bit diminished. But now it is going to shift all of these teams firmly further up north, where you can expect to see a lot of more movement.
Oh boy, another long ride for most of these teams here. They are by the corners of St. Martin, hoping to see a lot more skirmishes happening in the span of another 3 minutes from here. Well, Vitas, they are chasing in towards the members of FFG as they are already looking to make a move. What a shot coming from that range, as Batman did land one tap, but as the bullet travels, so does the damage reduce. Unless you get the perfect headshot, which, oh, messy!
Ooh, speaking of headshots, no, that was a pretty nice result coming out from him. But Batman looking to add to this total here. Those 3 kills definitely coming from his good fracking prowess that, Revive team unfortunately had to find out the hard way. Now, there's going to be just a little bit of scouting work here for them as they want to see how they want to try and navigate things through the later stages. Because given their position in the current circle, they might be able to gatekeep a number of teams, but Pete here is going to be able to finish off the last Hurahara player. Look at how much perseverance that they put into killing that man, as they were so far away. Pocoyo now, he's the last player left alive. Battle Arena leads pushing the 2 CGM Wolf players. They kill one. Sophia will take out the second as CGM Wolf exits early here, as Miramar has seemingly not been very kind to them.
You know, I just noticed all these while Sophia plays as if there was no recoil on his weapons. Like, CGM Wolf tried to challenge. He did get that first man's peak advantage, but even with that, he couldn't really out-trade the likes of Sophia. And now, Messi with only 5 HP. Double J going for the revival as well. At the very least, they do have those walls for coverage, while FFG are slowly pushing in.
And it does look like Bozo will be holding the fort for the time being. Didark is going to be pushing up on the other avenue here. Messi smartly going to be pulling back closer to his teammates. Doesn't really want to get caught out by himself. And look at how crowded things are getting here. You got FFG, you got Vitas surrounding. And yet 24K is also going to be moving in from the southeast.
Didarkus already visiting the houses, while Saber will be able to get that knock towards Bio62. A very big pick here. Well, Bio will still have Aoki expiring by the very end. Now, Gamer 51. Turn for them to really put some pain upon FFG.
But yeah, the trade of blows there gonna be a bit worse off for 24K. Bio62 seemingly really caught out in the open. He has to be a little bit careful now. I'm not even sure if Area 51 and FFG, I mean, they are aware of there's another team, you know, to their north and south respectively, but, you know, whether they really know, like, what's the current situation, that it's pretty much full squads on both sides.
Yeah, with this sort of squad strength, they're still not really going to be taking too much of the unfavorable traits here for these two teams. It's still relatively early, as Phase 3 is going to be zooming in with 1 minute and a half to really close out from, while Team Max, they're just slowly sliding in towards the corner where Vitas is currently at.
Vitas, they've been a little bit nomadic here, and now this could be a little bit bad for them if they don't start to consolidate their position, as Team Max moving in. And Downey, oh no, he's gonna get taken down in the blue, and can't help but feel their overzealous pursuit of Hurahara might have played into that one. But now looks like Mellow One here taking quite a bit of damage at that long range, and now Old Man gonna land a few shots there. 1 HP remaining on the Vitas player. Off screen there was the BAE players taking down Batman, in fact. So Rejects really gonna get up close and personal. And let's see if Batman can get out of this one like he did against the likes of Revive Team, where he did manage to turn it quite a bit around.
There's a whole lot of frags for Batman for today as he really turned things up a notch. While Max here, they are being extremely careful about Vitis as Hillfox pushes upwards. Now getting really close by. It's a PMA members also getting on towards the action against BAE. Flood already taken out. So I guess Batman does have a little bit more room to breathe this time.
Miracle and the rest of PMA still trying to move in, but they are already getting pressured here by Battle Arena Elites, and you can see how deadly the tracing of their shots is at even this range. Hillfox, he's going to get taken down by Veds as they are still trying to push in from the western side. Area 51 still going to be holding firm at the moment, and right now, Max, so they got quite the mountain to climb here. Look at how much utility is being expended just to move a little bit further up. Currently, only 3 players to work with. As yeah, the likes of Vitas, they've been quite stringent on allowing a lot of space for any of these opposing teams to really creep up the hill. They want to maintain this advantage as much as possible. They can't stop them from coming inside the zone any further. But oh, it looks like Hype here. They're going to get a little bit stuck in with the fights after being passive for quite some time.
Yeah, and they're definitely getting sandwich from all corners here, especially Old Man now spots out some of all these players outside. Nasselberg now finally spots out the Max player right here. Rushi getting picked up while live action gets a taste of the lead coming from TR members as well. Beatus! Oh man, they're putting the pain in and they really want to get in on it, and Team Max will crash out 13th.
Oh, Vitas from all sides is going to be able to combine in a sublime fashion, and that's going to be to the detriment of Team Max as they haven't had a good day number 5. Wish to return back to their day 3 prowess, but oh, look at the likes of the rejects. There's only Spaggy that's left, but I know at the same time he might be exactly the person they need in this kind of situation. But this is so devastating for the second place team. They only have a 5-point lead over Hype, and they are still in this game with the 3 kills. So unless they manage to get quite a high number of kills, Hype could very well overtake them after today's at the end of today's result.
As they are looking to really approach the later phases of this game, this is going to be Bio62 getting some lead being shot at him as well. Messi has to put him to sleep, and that will be Sophia immediately going in for the kill still.
Oh, well, definitely gonna, not leave food on the table. And that's Battle Arena Elites moving onwards as they move out from the compound. 24K after, being on the periphery of the fights. They managed to get Bio62 up only for him to get expunged from the records of this game. But now we will see the answer is also going to be meeting his end as Hype still facing a bit of problems. It's not going to be a foregone conclusion that they're going to be able to overtake the rejects as this game has been a little bit further away from the standards that they set for themselves in the previous round.
Ooh, Spaggy now gets another frag of, well, PMA so far has performed tremendously inside of this round of Miramar to close things out for the day. Well, there's still 12 more teams remaining. Saver finds his victim as he will pop that nade, falling short towards the corners of Area 51. But oh man, he get 1 second of a glimpse, and now the opportunity is missed.
Still gonna see if he can get a little bit of a better avenue to work with here, but Robonoid, he's gonna be hiding out here, and look at Vitas.
And it seems like, of course, Vitas has been cutting in towards this corners right here. While they are going to be spotting out a little bit more of the straight fire coming in from the side of Ghostly Boy. I mean, Robonoid right there. And this is just going disastrous as they lose 1 member out of carelessness. And there comes FFG, having Savior here, going for the taps as well. This is going to be a really tough attempt coming in. Oh, Savior gets knocked out instead. This is looking a little bit dicey here as Messi once again gets another lead towards the side of FFG. Only a few members remain, and this is going to be the circular update upon ACR as well as BAE.
Looking at the zone here, it's going to be BAE having a decently central spot, albeit they only have 2 players to continue to sustain. ACR Esports, they have got one of the 2 part compounds left here. Area 51 also going to be still very much residing up here. FFG still been up on the side. And now we'll see how Cheesy Kimbat wants to try and approach this as he's still surviving. This hype, though, is going to get eliminated. And that might be finishing touches. Oh, Rejects also not going to be sustaining onwards here. So again, our second and third placing teams are going to be falling a little bit short by the wayside.
Man, as we move in towards 20 minutes of play, we are seeing a little bit of truce coming out from the side of FFG as well as Area 51. Being a lot more quieter than it should be. Well, Bozo actually lands the nade on towards Kamon, so let's zoom right inside to see can this 2v2 be in favor of FFG, but no! Bozo gets knocked out, and Darkus looking to really prepare for this one as he puts in the paint, but at 1 HP, he survives for now!
Oh my goodness, he manages to get out of the skin of his teeth, but at what cost? He's not able to stop the onslaught there from Area 51. I wonder if this fight should have happened a little bit earlier on when FFG could really bring all the guns to bear, but slowly they lost all the team members there. And now Africa, she's not quite able to find out where the Vitas players are here, but oh, she's spraying through the smoke. Gonna deal some damage, but not quite enough to be able to take a decisive initiative here. But now Rixis, he takes down 3 of the players there. No, sorry, 2 of them. But that's going to be a squad wipe here as a tactical rape. Can they get that 3rd win of the day?
Well, we had this question before, and it's looking as if this might be a very good chance for them, especially when the circle really is pretty much going to be giving them a little bit of a lead here. Oh, Ezra with the AWM shot! It's Merkel falling down to the floor, needing a little bit more help. PMA already securing 8 frags to begin with, but 24K, they lose out on Wolf with Neferhor to open up the shots.
And now it's looking a bit more precarious. Now with less presence there from FFG, Area 51 might be able to come down from the hill and put that a little bit more pressure onto Battle Arena. At least currently, despite only having 2 members left, that's not deterring the likes of BAE from opening fire across yonder and bringing unwanted attention to themselves. Currently, PMA is also going to be further south, but they are also a little bit spread out, but they catch Darkus from the overwatch that they had on the surrounding areas.
Wow, what a pick coming in for Sophia from that range as we see 1 man crashing out, and for the side of PMA, 1 versus Manny against Area 51. So Area 51, fights after fights, they've been conquering this entirety of the Motown, but oh my goodness! Came on with the very final hit to the head, puts Dreams White Art to sleep. Sophia, 1 more kill on the board here, upcoming as Abdul tries to shred out some members outside for 24K, but they are covered by smokes, so hopefully they will survive out of it.
That little alcove that BAE has for themselves is in perfect range for Neferhora to toss out the nades there towards 24K. Now, looks like they're not going to be able to escape from that one here. Explosions everywhere as ACR Esports duking out with Cryptid, and it looks like Asi here is actually going to finish off his teammate. I'm not sure if that was intentional, but now looking at the battlefield here, there's a huge amount of open space in the middle. Cryptid just going to have to hang out here under the purview of Darajiba and the rest of Tactical Rabe. Don't envy his position.
Yeah, I think they might have ran out of nades. They do get that info that they're hiding inside the hut with very little angles to work with. And of course, it's an impossible peek for whoever's on the lower side of the hill as well, while BAE has pretty much that back's covered up by the hill, unless if Area 51 goes down southwards, and it most likely wouldn't be the case because the circle is moving way forward and towards the northern side of the map.
Yeah, ACR Esports again going to be thanking their lucky stars, but now they have to make something of it. There's Tactical Rayab going to be on their western flank, and they got the high ground, so this could definitely offer them something. Drifted definitely going to have Etsas just stay there. He's not really going to be peeking, as you mentioned, but oh, he moves to the back of the building. But luckily, he's going to be able to still be alive. Now, Tactical Rape, they have to make some inroads as the edge of the zone is going to be a little bit too far downhill for them to effectively stay up here, but they got problems. Area 51 moving on their position.
Wow, what a push coming in, and now Afika's going to be the front line of the battle. Just a little bit of the nade toss coming out while K-Mon gets sniped from behind. Even BAE wants to party as well as they march up ahead with Neferhor taking that big hit for their side. But of course, for Elliot instead, he will be able to take that kill upon K-Mon.
And now looking at how Noise is kind of hearing the things transpiring here. He's on, well, I would say he's on flank watch, but he's pretty much the only member left here for a revive team. He's going to be able to catch out Neferhor. And now he's going to be a little bit cautious about Sophia's whereabouts, but he's going to be able to confirm the kill. Sophia will be playing solo yet again, it seems. And Area 51, after having the three players available here, the shots from behind proving to be a little bit too detrimental. Now look at the shooting gallery being set up by ACR Esports. They're going to be completely peppering this side of the hill.
Man, they have the best position possible. It doesn't matter if you're downhill, and it's going to be Sophia nailing down Noisy. Of course, avenging his own allies, and now it's going to be a double J here, trading back a little bit of a back and forth, and a erratic spray coming from Atsis as well. They have the last laugh after quite some time hiding inside of this shack. Wow. Tactical Rape now down to one man standing.
Oh man, and Edsas, you know, he's shown that he's able to frag out with the rest of them, and he's gonna continue to do so from the shack. Currently, Tactical Rave licking their wounds. They only have two players left remaining, but at least they come out surviving. But there's still gonna be quite a bit of an obstacle. Currently, ACR Esports, they have got the biggest numbers advantage here with the 4 players, but now we're seeing ambition coming out from the likes of Sophia, but it's going to be met there by the headshot, and now there's only going to be 3 teams remaining.
Wow, Curifted still trading back 39 HP and a dream going in for the spread, and it's going to be the blue that claims him instead. Curifted goes out third place, but now ACR Esports, they're definitely going to be raining on the parades of Tactical Rape. We talk about that potential 3 chicken dinners. Let's see where can they overcome this big obstacle ahead as they need to fight against all 4 members. One more nade flying in towards the side of Rixis, as the following follow-up nade will not be lobbing in the same direction.
Oh man, and it looks like the ACR Esports players, they've been stockpiling weapons of mass destruction here, but it matters not. Abdul, he's going to get picked off by Rixis, and now it is going to be a 2v3 fight. I don't think that they're going to go all the way out there to try and help their teammate, but this might be enough cover on the high ground for them to make do, because it's actually going to be quite a bit of open ground that the likes of ACR Esports have to expose themselves. But now it does look like Tactical Rape, they're going to be a little bit narrow. They're not trying to watch out for the assist here. And now Josiah, he's going to be able to get the res onto Adol in easy fashion. Rixis, now he needs to kind of clutch this one out. He's been the carry here for the likes of Tactical Rib, so he has to play this one carefully. Currently, now they're splitting the field.
Wow. And of course, smart plays coming from ACR Esports to really get some cover up. Now still having 4 man's advantage. They gotta knock them out again. It's going to be Rixis all alone. He does get one knock towards the side of Elliot, but now here comes the refrag, as it will be an ACR Esports game to finish off day number 5.
Oh, ACR Esports able to deliver here right at the death of our penultimate day. So they're going to be absolutely chuffed being able to get on the board from that one is, remember, they had a few days ago that 1v1 with Demon Eater trying to win out against Cheesy Kebab. It wasn't meant to be, but this one most certainly was.
Yeah, and I really would commend their efforts so far. They picked the right compound to really last throughout the entirety of that round, where we talk about high ground, low ground, but with that circle really shifting towards their side, everyone else have to run back out in the open, and it was that perfect shooting gallery for them to really play out, just like how they did in some of all these sort of arcade games. Okay, you might just claim yourself a prize if you get enough points, and this time around, it's going to be Acer Esports to finalize this entire day here, clinching this big win. And, well, great team effort coming from the boys.
Yeah, Abdul, Demon Eater, Elliot, and Josiah are going to be absolutely thrilled with this particular win, as pretty much the team effort coming out from this one, and definitely having that good positioning in the circle. So they're going to be looking to see how they can still get some decent results coming out from the rest of the matches that we have coming over tomorrow, because of course that this does mean that we have concluded our matches for today, but we do have a lot of action to show you guys, as we have got the highlights all ready and waiting for our 5 matches today.
Yep, when we come back right after a short break, of course, we're going to be taking you through all these golden moments of day number 5, and of course, check out on all the shifts that has been coming on the standings in the overall leaderboards. And once again, we would like to thank some of our partners here, as well as the ones who coordinate this event. Of course, starting off with PUBG Corporation, Geek Events, KNK Revolution, and Cause and Effect. We will be coming back after this short commercial to bring you all the details that you need to know before we hit to tomorrow's ultimate rounds.
You work for these people, and I think it's a little screwed up that you act like you're better than us.
I never said I was better.
It's the way you act. Oh, I could never watch these things? That's exactly your job.
It's not my job. And is that how you think I talk?
Guys, someone's viewer isn't muted.
Me? Sorry. I don't know why you're all over me on this. Martin doesn't watch either.
Martin? Really? Martin, you recruited these guys. These are your people. You don't watch?
I watch.
Oh, now you watch.
I watch if I have to, okay?
Do you know how much these people pay to watch this? Chef, gotta taste the food.
If I bred dogs for a living, would I need to go downtown to watch every dog fight?
See? Everyone, attitude, okay? This is what I'm talking about.
Nelson's just testy because he's the only one who has to work on site.
Not that I don't mind being in a bunker, 30 feet underground. But now that you bring it up, why am I the only one that has to be here?
Because you work the blue zone?
No, I'm just saying it'd be a nice sign, of camaraderie. If you guys,
If I were to spend 4 days in the bunker with you that smells like hamburger, do you know what smells like hamburger down there? It's because that's where they put all the bodies after the match.
Hey, is anyone else still getting the interference?
Audio or video?
I'm still getting both every time the blue zone moves.
Which camera share?
4, 5, 14, 15, 27. You want me to keep going?
Yeah, I'm getting freezing too.
So you are watching then?
Piss off, Nelson. Guys, chat's not pleased.
Yeah, the chat's never pleased. Okay, you can't please everyone.
Working on that. How about now?
Yeah, that's good, Studio.
Thanks, Martin.
Okay. Shrinking the blue zone. Anybody want to make a bet?
Alright, I was just feeding in the data. I was doing the usual, and it just kicked me out.
Yeah, Cobaltic's still not loading for me.
Listen, I told you something was wrong with the blue zone. It's been doing this all game. What have you been doing?
Everyone chill, all right? This is why you should be on site and not at some hotel.
Guys, do we have a last known for Squad 4?
Which combatant?
Any of them.
What does system error mean?
System error means the blue chip's offline.
It can't be offline.
It says it's offline.
Well, is it possible they're just dead?
And they would say deceased. So.
Nelson, well, chat's asking questions. What should I tell them?
Tell them, just tell them we'll get this fixed.
We'll get this fixed.
Yes, Shay, we will get this fixed. Do you know the kind of people we work for?
Martin, is Squad 4 the one with the engineer?
Yep. Slade's team.
Why is it Slade's team? Why isn't it Mad Malholtra's team? Or
is this Slade the American? The one that you paired with the psychopath, so ham meat.
It is lunch meat. Oh, she is cute.
Gals, you know she killed 14 people before she was 18.
She's actually the one that broke Martin's nose during the interview.
So it's Slade, Malhotra, Lunchmeat, and Julie, and you're saying we lost them. All of them.
Okay, everybody calm down, take a deep breath. Try not to worry, okay?
Don't worry about the illegal murder game we could all go to jail for. Or don't worry about the fact that someone might show up in my hotel room tonight with a silenced 45.
Sudhir, I need eyes. Give me Omega override, please.
I'm on it.
All right, I'm coming through the other side.
Yeah, I'm rewriting it.
Thank you. Nelson, you feel like jumping in at all?
Martin, has anyone tried to get off the island before?
No.
No one's ever had their chip go offline before, Shay.
Okay, I think I have something. Loot truck went down 4 minutes ago, half a click from boot camp. I think it's
Yeah, I see it. I've got down cameras south along Main Street.
Where were they when the blue zone messed up?
Say it was the blue zone again, Martin, and it'll be your body stashed in this bunker.
I got it. Last known's at the quarry.
They're going for the center of the map. Nelson, there's no way in hell they can get into the bunker, is there?
Of course not.
How do you know?
In the history of Battlegrounds, no one has ever found the bunker.
And no one's ever disabled the chip either.
Okay, guys, everyone just calm down. This isn't a bloody moon landing. We can...
Nelson, what's going on over there?
Oh my god.
I'm the IT guy, all right? I don't have any idea
okay.
what you guys do up there.
Get out!
Martin, what are we gonna do?
It was a pleasure working with you guys.
Sadir, what are you doing?
I hope this works out.
Sadir!
Now, I still might have a shot. Bye, guys.
This is not our fault. We did not. I'll tell him. We were not involved with anything.
Yeah, can we just? I mean, isn't there a team we can send in?
There was. They were at the bunker.
Okay, well, how long until they make it to the mainland?
18 minutes.
Sir. I'm afraid the control room has been compromised, sir. We're still trying to figure out exactly what happened with Tech. But maybe there was something in the backpack or something in the truck. I mean, we were monitoring everything.
I understand right now that things seem complicated. Let me assure you they are not. They are extremely simple. Your lives, your loved ones, everything. All of it now depends on your ability to do one simple thing. Find the Sandhawk 4.
哇！哇，4、5个急救吗？哦，这个我。
Level 3 vests and helmets with the.
What the? 이렇게?
아치! 조금 많은 데서
Oh, what? Duncan's M4? No!
Yo, baby! Whoa!
And welcome back once again. Thank you for still staying intact with us here for the very final day. Oh, sorry. This is the 5th day. Just giving you guys a teaser. We're not at the end of it at all. But of course, it's Aaron Contra Chan here alongside with Play of the J to cover up all the results for day number 5 to see what have changed throughout the runs inside of both Miramar as well as Erangel for today. And tomorrow, we'll be playing our very final 5 games to crown our champions of the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series.
Absolutely. Can't wait to see how the final rounds are going to end. But of course, that is for tomorrow. So let's take a look here at how the top fraggers turned out in our last match. Sophia going to be getting 5 kills together with Dreams. Good stuff coming out from both of them. And of course, Elliot getting back on the charts yet again for Acer Esports. And this time it's going to be following up with the win that they did manage to get, their very first one of the competition. But better late than never. Pete is also going to be representing here together with Batman, both having 3 kills apiece. And I have to say, Batman's 3 kills against the likes of
I believe it was
Revive Team, I think.
Oh yeah.
Revive Team. Yeah, that's right. Where it looked as though he was certain that he was going to die.
Yeah, and I really didn't expect him to make it out alive. Not only was he pinched in between the corners right there, only having his pickup truck to really hide himself from, but he really turned things around and, of course, waited for his cavalry to arrive to be able to just hammer down those players out there. Now, here are your Match 25 leaderboards, of course, with Acer Esports picking up that first place.
Yeah, so they're going to get 18 points for their troubles, but look at who is there in that second spot. If they're not winning the round or getting the most points, they're definitely in the top 3. Battle Arena Elite is going to be claiming 11 from this as the measure of consistency or the definition of consistency is definitely them. And now PMA is also going to get another double-digit game going here, so that's pretty good for their aspirations to continue to advance up and see if they can overtake both Hype and the Rejects. Tactical Rave not quite able to make it 3 in one day, but they do manage to get that second placing at 9 points. It's definitely nothing to faff at about. Area 51 Encrypted going to have 7 each. The Rejects, again, not quite having the game that they would have wanted. Only going to get 5 points from that.
Yeah, and as for Hype, they got themselves 4 points for the frags while we're looking towards the overall leaderboard. And, well, what can I say? It's 107 points to tie things with the Battle Arena Elites, as the rejects are struggling to really keep up with that. But hey, nonetheless, they are still above hype, which means they are definitely going to be giving them a run for money, as PMA is just a couple of points behind as well, away from hype, while Team Max, well, I'm not too sure if PMA will make it a 100-point gap as well for tomorrow, but we'll wait and see.
Yeah, but wow, looks like the landscape here over the few days, has led us up to this point in time. I mean, we haven't seen this level of points difference for a long time, but at the same time, we're having an excessive number of rounds here. But still, not going to downplay Battle Arena Elites being able to achieve what they have. They've been putting on quite the performance, and yeah, thoroughly deserve to be where they are.
Yep, and if I calculated correctly, if I really divide all these points that they get on an average day for Battle Arena Elites, that's like 67.4 points per day. Like that is just
That's insane.
absolutely bonkers. Like if you can just keep up with this sort of consistency, man, you might just even be the global champion, for all you know. But these are definitely the steps that they really have to take. Of course, being one of the top seeds here of the MYSU region. But let's check out some of the top fraggers for day number 5.
Wow, and these numbers are getting astronomical, and Sophia is catching up to Flood, but 75 and 68 kills. Neferhor is next, and BAE is completely dominating at in terms of the overall fraggers, 45 kills. Cheesy Kimbap is trailing with 44, and Bio62 going to be meeting with that 42 that he has. But man, this is pretty crazy. I cannot imagine this kind of level of consistency coming out from these players. And honestly, after 25 rounds played, basically Flood is averaging 3 kills a game. And when sometimes no one in your team gets a kill and you go out early, that is an incredible statistic right there.
Yeah, and man, I'm pretty sure like all the other teams out there, they definitely do have a slight tad a bit of an envy. Just look at these numbers. This is just the 3 players altogether. We're not even adding the ranking points, mind you. It's already breaking it off to closely to 200 if I really want to average things off. But today has been quite a sleeper for Cheesy Kimbap as well as Bio62. So they haven't been able to really stash those high volumes for day number 5. But not to worry, we still have one more day to go to see or not could they still contest to really put up some insane numbers just like how Flood does. And BAE is gonna say, hey, come on, Lokis, where you at?
Yeah, exactly. But of course, we know that Loki's is, of course, helping to make sure that the entire team can succeed, and which means granting and opening up opportunities to his fellow team members. So definitely something to think about there as well. And it's not expected that everyone should be in the charts there. So okay, I think we have seen the top fraggers already. I think we mean to head into our next statistic here. So who are the top players here for downs but not outs? It's going to be a little bit similar in the sense that both Flood and Neferhor are going to both be featuring prominently here. And then we do have representation from Team Hype's Robinoid, with 40. Roulette is going to have 39, and Bio62 with 38.
Yeah, those are really high numbers out there. I guess like for the top fraggers, it's so good you just gotta see it twice. While all these players here, of course, got quite a staggering amount of knocks, of course, a potential to finish off those sort of kills. It's great to see both Robinoid as well as Rula to really make up the third and fourth place respectively. Bio, so far, he has never left the radar for the top 5s of all these sort of the individual rankings for all these charts that have been brought up for the past couple of days.
Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, right now, because we finished 25 rounds, a lot of these numbers, they look absolutely out of this world, you know? So, I mean, it's a testament that these players are featured in these charts, because you imagine the amount of consistency that they have in their respective departments has been off the charts, you know? And that is a commendable thing, you know, knowing how people can be hot and cold throughout a tournament, you know, and only have flashpoints in certain games. Top survivors, though, we will be seeing familiar faces again, and looks like Loki's will be featuring in this one.
Oh yeah, and we also have live action alongside with answers to represent Team Hype today. They managed to really beat out that BAE on that 4 versus 4 scenario inside of Miramar. Of course, really getting quite a great survivability score out of that win. And Neverhorror is only 7 minutes behind Flood with which I definitely wouldn't really mind, because Neverhorn so far has been playing such an integral role in Battle Arena Elites to be able to really achieve these sort of numbers here. Of course, like you said, Loki's joining in with 169 is just a couple of minutes behind answers and live action.
Absolutely. And yeah, I think, Battle Arena Elites really acing every single category, mostly through Flood, to say the least. But then again, I mean, he has been putting in a sensational shift here over the course of the tournament. And yep, we're going to be seeing him still here at the top of the damage charts as well. But it looks as though that Sophia finally breaks the 10,000 damage barrier, which at the start of today, he was still, I would say, languishing in the 4-digit department.
Man, these numbers are making me cry. Like it's almost 3-folds of what Cheesy Kimbap can possibly dish out so far, and that's just one lone unit coming from BAE. I mean, we really got to add up the numbers of Sophia Neverhorn and also Loki's out there, who of course is not in the board for now, but Bio62 as well as Cheesy Kimbap, definitely commendable plays for day number 5 itself. Looking forward to see what tomorrow has to offer, because tomorrow will be our very final day of play for all 16 top teams of Singapore and Malaysia. And of course, with that, we would like to bring you all the highlights of today before we wrap things up and, of course, close the entirety of the night. I think we do have a lot of great action for today. So, play of the day, are you ready to, of course, kickstart our highlight reels?
Oh, absolutely. And we've had some amazing plays coming out today. But yeah, Acer Esports would start on Erangel with a little bit of a home invasion, which the Crossfire here working to a certain extent here, but ultimately it was not going to be FFG to be denied, and they would get the better of these early game engagements once again.
And 24K was rushing in towards the compound, which really saw that demise as Hype really put them out cold. And Area 51, they were playing out of the circle and came on, got knocked out by members of Team Max.
And I think for this particular Erangel round, I mean, we did see the FFG really start to come into a little bit more of cohesiveness here. Of course, Team Max, they're trying to regather their form from the previous days, and of course, instrumental in making sure that CGM Wolf wasn't going to come out from this. Lidarkus getting on the board here as he's going to be able to finish off Huruhara all by himself.
Huruhara so far had been having some dismal runs, but this is where Revive Team really shine, as some members of the side of PUBG crash right in, and same goes to the fate of a few Battle Arena Elites player. But Heelfox though, he definitely got the amazing tracing fire coming out from this SLR.
And Revive Team, this is them coming into their own as they were looking absolutely resurgent here. PMA, of course, continuing on with the good form from yesterday. They did have that 33-point game to close out day number 4. But this game, they did face a little bit of problems. They had 8 kills, but then they ran into the brick wall. That is Badman and M0, which ended up. And
Flood got picked off right here, but we saw a really great sort of tap to really take the driver off the seat, while Melanie managed to get that knock over the side of the Proto. And watch how Saber really turned this fight in his favor, where he was being pinned out by the corner wall, but they have those members of Vitas right out in the open, and eventually he gets that perfect spray to finish them off.
And Bad Boys Gaming, again, with the wrong rotations that we would see here, but PMA would be looking to continue to do what they could. Now, this is where Slidey was going to be absolutely clutch. He was playing against all of 24K by himself. Managed to take out one straight away, reduced down to 1 HP. And it was always going to be him to be able to come out with the plays. Bio62 actually knocking himself over. Slidey would take complete advantage of the situation. He would be able to close things out in this fight.
Yeah, and not only that, watch what he did right here. He pulled off such a sick play, as we should actually slow-mo this moment where he just came mine that out of nowhere. But of course, he did press the F button to pay respect.
And now we are going to see that, you know, that despite the awesome plays there, CJ and Wolf not able to carry on in that round. But now Area 51 and ECR did have a good altercation there. Demon Eater with the epic frag grenade was going to absolutely clear house. Where now we are going to always descend here on the south of Watertown side of things. But Bad Boys Gaming attacking from many different angles. So was PMA, and things got absolutely brutal up close and personal.
James YR and the rest of the team has been having an interesting battle, as they got sandwiched in between by Revive Team as well as BBG. But Revive Team, of course, having some lead being put on towards the top side of the corner of the hill. They were half members really being depleted, and this is where things were in a big mess, as we saw a lot of these members of BBG playing an absolute perfect defense.
And now PMA, of course, did manage to get a little bit more pressure onto the surrounding areas. And I have to think that, yeah, this is one of those games where there's just Sophia and Neferhor, but they were able to clean house. The Rejects couldn't get anything going here. Dreamed with the turn there. It's going to be absolutely sublime. Bad Boys with the 3 players remaining. They could have taken some decisive fights, but unfortunately they were a bit too scattered and got picked off, as Neferhor and other surrounding teams would be able to pick them off.
Yeah, and that final tab really went in the side of Neferhor for another point right there. And Sophia alongside with Neferhor, they got 16K already, and this is where Sophia got knocked, leaving the Nef behind, and he didn't really check every single corner of the surroundings for answers. In between the Dacia, gets that 1 kill, while Tactical Rape eventually closed out the game with yet another chicken dinner.
Yeah, and Miramar was going to see slight change in fortunes, but yeah, we did see a lot of more early game altercations. Urahara not having a very good invasion after some of the good examples that we saw from the previous rounds. So they would be bowing out of this one. A little bit of an early basis.
And moving in towards some of all the other parts of the map, we saw, of course, PMA playing by the corners of Minas Generalis, where there was so many more action that happened inside of Bendito, and everything was thrown at Rayvax.
And yeah, this was going to be absolutely fast clearing of the building from PMA, but this would not help them in the later battles. Cheesy came out going to be adding to the misery, but that was PMA having a relatively off game by their standards. But area 2-1. Again, still tussling with the absolute thick of things here, but Battle Arena Leads would start to grind the opposition down to their very core.
And Messi here really opened things up with a big frag, grenade being tossed towards the top side, and of course finishing off the final member right through. Sophia with that one tap though, this is that golden moment, and even Neff, he got himself that perfect sort of spray out there, which leave only these two teams to really pick each other apart.
And this was this particular fight.
Yeah, and they got devoured right there as they tried to really climb over to the top side of the corner. Well, Bio, of course, was a little bit unfortunate being out in the open field. This as though they really lasted pretty long with this 4-man advantage towards their side, and Robinoid goes in to really wipe the entirety of the squad. But Tactical Rape, this was their game to take.
Yeah, and they were on the mission to try and make sure that they could, you know, be the first team to take 3 chicken dinners in one day. But that's a tall order. Sophia, again, at the long range, going to be the absolute bane there for PMA. And it's not one thing, it's another. But Dreams not going to be able to do much as the solo member left remaining in this game. But things would slowly descend down to chaos. But with Acer Esports still having the compound available, they were going to start exercising their influence on the surrounding competition.
Yeah, and everyone else was just like shooting ducks as they got sprayed down by players all across the map. But Sophia still managed to find some in between those squeezes there. Etsus had the last laugh eventually when of course, some teams that were tapping out towards them managed to fire, but Tactical Rape, this is where they only had Rixus left, and that was a big win for Acer Esports to close off day number 5 on that very last map of Miramar. Now, for those of you guys back at home watching, there is still 5 more rounds to go tomorrow, as we will be covering every single action, and of course, crown our champions of Singapore and Malaysia. My name is Aaron Contra-Chan, and I would like to thank all of you guys here who are watching for today. Any words from you, Player of the J?
Well, I would like to thank the fans as well for tuning in and watching. And of course, let's give a big thanks to PUBG Corporation, Geek Events, K&K Revolution, Cause Effect for making sure this whole production became a reality here. And of course, the players, they put in so much work and effort and coming here day in, day out and participating not just for the qualifiers, also for these grand finals and really giving the best show possible. And this is despite whether or not, you know, they're playing at their best, but they are showing that they are all great competitors regardless of that fact. So again, big thanks to everyone there. I know from my end, I've had an absolute thrill up to this point in time. Can't wait to see how things are going to go on the final day, though I think might have a hint as to who will be crowned champion and moving onwards. But still, there's a lot to play for here amongst all the other teams, and can't wait to see that. We'll be live again here on the Facebook channel for PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, Geek Events, and also on the Geek Events YouTube at 7:15 p.m. tomorrow, +8 GMT. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to bid you all farewell and hope you have a very pleasant evening, and we'll catch up with you with another 5 rounds of action-packed PUBG tomorrow.
You got me trapped inside this spell. Now I feel it. Your demons drag me close to hell. I can feel it.